welcome back to Hangar 51. So, who's going to be first in the room tonight? Let's just keep a track here and see what happens. There he is. Shadow Ops, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. First in the room tonight. How you doing up there? Right, Rich M, what's up? Good to see you guys. Any more snow? Shadow? You're breaking in a new nitro engine? Well, wow, cool. Look at that. Haven't done that in a long time. That's cool. So Kenny's keeping an eye on things for me tonight. Victor, what's up? Dennis Farley, what's up? Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So tell me, guys, what's on your mind tonight? Talk to me, Goose. What's up? What do you like? What do you don't like? You guys like the new stuff coming out? Still looking for more stuff coming out? Crashed a plane? Didn't crash a plane? Whatever. I've been stressing over the garage, so I haven't got a damn thing done. Cutting trees. Tree branches. Not cutting trees down, just branches. So they can get their trucks in and out. They don't want to put a scratch in one of their dents or anything. So we got to clear the trees away. So... yeah, I love the smell of nitro in the morning. Or the evening, for that matter. Arrow's new release? Which one? The two new 50 mil jets? Well, Dennis, tell us something we don't know. That's not news. Oh, you're going to maiden it this Sunday, Vic. All right. You going to film it? I hope you're going to film it. Tara, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Some things are a constant. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting a low. Not receiving enough video. Yeah, whatever. Am I choppy or pausing or anything? Everything look good? I'm getting warnings that I'm not dropping packets or anything, so I don't know. I hate it when I get that message, but I don't know why I'm getting it. Spencer Keith, what's up? Well, all right. I'm closing the show. Let's go Zoom. You talked me into it, Spence. You talked me into it. Hey, I didn't turn in the I didn't turn the entertainment on tonight. Let me do that. Hold on. Let me flip on the wand of fun. Let's see if we can have some fun tonight. Jeff Adams, what's up? Good to see you, Mike SSI. Way to go. Good to see you guys. No, you're an equal opportunity fucker. BD, what's up? Good to see you, man. I can't, I'm not wearing my makeup. 6SRC. Well, welcome. You changed your name, but so I don't know who you are, but I know you've been here before because you have a wrench. So who is this really? Or who was this? I don't remember 6SRC. Yes, I'm in trouble again. Football's on again. So I guess Thursday night's football, huh? Oh, okay. Eric G. Okay. Good. Welcome back. Good to see you, man. Oh, that's a pretty picture, Victor. Thanks. TMI, TMI, TMI. Jeff's Custom, what's up? Mickey! What's up? It's never gonna happen, guys. You can keep asking me to lick that thing, but I don't drink, so I'm never gonna be drunk enough to think that's a good idea. So, you guys are shit out of luck. It's not gonna happen. No, it's not the same at all, Vic. Why don't you put your wife in here in the bikini? Oh my God. What if you wear a bikini? God, Mick. Okay, I'll make a deal. I'll lick it if Vic gives me the T45. All right, now you guys start bothering Vic. All right, don't ask me anymore. Just pound Vic to say, do it, Vic, do it. You know, give him the T45 so he'll lick it. Go on, do it. Sorry, Vic. Oh my God. Ask me again in a few hours. Oh my God. we got another one. God, I don't know how you can afford the fuel for the gas car, Shadow. Christ, that shit's like, you know, $40 a gallon. Nice mowing, Spence. That looks good. Very nice. Thanks for sharing that. That's cool. Oh. So Dana just sent me some pictures. Let me see what he sent me. Uh-oh. That don't look good. So Dana, do you want to share your story or no? Quinn Perkins! What's up? Good to see you, man. Got another one. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. $40 a gallon is not happening in my right with my life right now. Yeah, Dana. Sorry to hear that, man. Glad everybody's okay, though. Relatively okay. More boxes. Of course. What else? uh, Jeff, I'm not spitting on the racket either. I'm not sure if you guys just want me to get zapped, or if you're trying to break the damn thing. I don't know what I mean, I'm starting to think like, hey, Randy, where have you been? Rando Vision's in the house. What's up? Good to see you, man. Been MIA there lately. Yeah, Dana was showing off boxes. Naked picture boxes. uh, oh my god. Yeah, David, it's not going to happen. Like I was just saying a minute ago, I don't drink, guys. You guys forget I don't drink. So there's no chance of me ever getting drunk enough to want to lick that. So it's not going to happen. You know, I don't do the special gummy bears. So I'm just never going to be high or drunk enough to want to lick that. So it's just not going to happen. Yeah, been there, done that. Got the t-shirt, Dennis. I don't want to do it again. Once was enough. Yeah, have Mickey slip me a Mickey. Well, that might happen one day. He is coming to Florida. Hey, when you coming? You said you were coming this year, right? Or is it next year? Forget how long you said that. Was it last year's show and you said it for this year, or this year's show for next year? I forget. Dana, are you watching? Just lurking? Are you out there lurking? We could start a, yeah, we could start a pool. Yeah, yeah. Null's gonna be canceled. There's no way. You know, we go up 2 to 4,000 deaths every day in Florida right now. It's out of control down here again. All the hospitals have tents up in the parking lots to take the overflow because all the hospitals are full. It's just insane, guys. It's just freaking insane. So, yeah, I'm sure Null will be canceled again. Yeah, Mickey's on the do not. He's on the do not fly list. May next year. Okay, I gotcha. Papa Tug, what's up? Doing great, Bruce. Doing great. Lyndon Stewart. How you doing, my friend? How's everything there? How's the COVID treating you guys? You guys all right down there? Boss 223, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, hey, Jeff Adams, how's your jet coming? You got the paint work finished? Well, that's good, Lyndon. I'm glad to hear you guys have got it under control. We just had a major outbreak again. It's just gone rampant here in Florida. It's really bad. Michael Bear, what's up? Good to see you tonight. Got another one. Wow. Sorry to hear that, Bruce. That sucks. Yeah. Oh, I was waiting for like a rhino beetle or something to fly into it, but that'd just knock it over. But I could do the Jiffy Pop, if I can get them on it. Apparently, it's just, knocks big bugs like that out. It don't kill them. Because that wasp, I had to recook him 3 times to kill him. It didn't kill him. It just stunned him for a while. And then he started to come out of it. He's moving. And I'm like, holy crap, this guy's moving. So I laid it flat, threw him back on it, and just kept jiggling it around so he kept falling through the safety. And finally his tail blew off. So then I knew he was dead. At that point he had to be dead. Because it just blew his tail off. But yeah. it didn't want to kill him. It just likes the little bugs, you know, the little bugs and the semi-little beetles, and then the bigger stuff, not so much. The wasp was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he was cooking in there. The zapper works fantastic, Lyndon. That was the best $20 I ever spent in my life. It's just awesome. It does such a good job. You know, if we get a bug in the house, if I turn the lights off and put it on the sink, within 5 minutes, the bug that got in the house will find it and kill himself. And then, just like out here right now, I think we've killed 5 already since the show started. And if I turn the lights off, it's going to go bananas because they flock to it when I turn the lights out. So, and it's great out at the at the flying field. It's awesome. So, yeah. Well, thank you, David. I'm glad you're entertained by it. You know, because I love the damn thing. You know, it's pretty funny. Okay, Michael, shoot. What's your question about the ROES Bearcat? So the post office lost your Cali's graphics, huh, Jeff? That sucks. What graphics are you getting for that? You know, I didn't think it had any real graphics on it other than Cessna. And, hang on a minute. What do they call that damn thing? I'll tell you in a second. EQ, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Citation. Right? Are you trying to taxi or take off with the flaps down? Half or full down? Mike Beard, what's up? How you doing, man? Not Beard, Bird. Yeah, don't use the half flaps on takeoff. I don't know why, but it wants to tip the nose over. Yeah, mine does the same thing. So put the flaps up. It'll take off just fine. You may want to move the battery pack back just a little bit. What size? What did you say? 2200? Yeah, I usually have that off the all the way forward about, not quite an inch, about a half inch off the firewall. So just back the battery up about a half an inch and leave the flaps up. Because mine would do the same thing. And so does the one from Flightline. The Flightline one does the same thing. We were We had one of those out the field the same day, and we were farting around, and yeah, ours both had the same characteristic. It's something to do with the aerodynamics of the airplane. It does not like to take off with the flaps down. So yeah, just put the flaps up. Yeah, landing and taxiing. Yeah, yeah. Back the battery up a little bit. You're probably just a hair too nose heavy. Yeah, I don't have any trouble taxiing mine around. It does fine. So, like I said, I've got the battery back. Um, and when I fly it with a bit, I pretty much have the battery back about that half inch no matter what. Because even when the battery gets heavier, I want the weight to go aft. Um, so I keep it back so that the weight doesn't get too nose heavy. So, are you holding full up elevator while you're trying to taxi? How's it flying, Michael? Do you like it? John Hill? Holy moly! What the heck are you doing here? So how's the surgery go? Everything okay? Okay. Yeah, just try moving the battery back. If it's still doing it, if you move it back a half inch, back it up a little more. Baby steps, but yeah, just keep backing it up. Um, it doesn't need to be all the way in the nose. I have mine back so that it doesn't nose over. Um, Mine almost never noses over. I mean, every once in a while I'll hit a gopher hole or something, to trip it. It basically trips it over the landing gear. But just going through the grass, it's not a problem. It taxi's fine. Good to hear, John. Very good to hear. So, yeah, if you're cutting out, have a good night, and we'll see about 2 a.m. your your normal wake up time. So I'm sure I'll still be here. So yeah, if you need to go rest, buddy, go get your rest. We'll see you when you get back. When you got it in the air, Michael, did you have to trim it some? Jeff, you just pulled a Frosty from your freezer. Sweet! George Watts, what's up? Yeah, so oh man, I'll tell you, this garage, it's gonna be the death of me. So the guys came out Monday, and they did the final hand dig the footer, got it all exactly the 12 by 12, and there has to be this 45 cut on the inside, and then they look at me and said, did you set up a bug spray? I said, a bug spray? What are you talking about? He says, oh, they have to spray for termites. I said, it's a steel building. There ain't going to be no wood in it. What are we spraying for termites for? And he says, oh, it has to have a sticker on it. So he called to get it sprayed that day, Monday, and they couldn't come out till Friday. They were booked till Friday. So they're supposed to come tomorrow to spray. In the meantime, I sent an email to, well, Bill, what's up? To the permitting office, asking them, is this necessary to spray for termites when it's a steel building going up? Because these are the same jackasses that wanted me to give them a finished floor height, on a garage that's going to have cars parked in it. And they finally, after 2 months of delaying me, told me, oh yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, no shit. So I'm probably going to be paying for a bug treatment tomorrow that I don't need because it's a steel building. But I can't get anybody to answer my questions. John Graham, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I just very frustrating. But they should have it ready for inspection tomorrow. After the guy sprays for bugs, they're going to lay the plastics here, the chairs are here, rebar's here, the ties are here. Everything they need to finish it is here. It probably won't take them an hour after the bug sprayer guy to put the chairs in and lay all the rebar and tie it all up. Put the plastic down first, and then I can call for an inspection. So hopefully it'll be inspected next week early, and they'll pour it next week. Now, the guy didn't think there'd be any delay in getting concrete. I hope he's right. He said that if I call him today for concrete, they'll be delivering it tomorrow. So I hope that's true. Because if they can pour the concrete this week or next week, I can call for the building, and hopefully within 2 weeks of that, they'll be putting the building up. So I'm still looking. I'm very hopeful that this will be done by September. Sometime in the month of September, I think we'll be in the building. Is my hope. So all I can do is wait and see, guys. But every day it's something new that's got to happen, or we've got to hang up, or whatever. And it's just really frustrating. I'm hit. What are you talking about, EQ? I'm hit. Somebody shooting at you? We're going down. We're going down. Yeah, well, Bill, it's, apparently this is part of living in Pasco County. Everybody tells me that permitting in Pasco is the worst, and they're not kidding. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's just, what they're putting me through here, because nobody knows what the hell they're doing. And, just like they've held me up on stuff before the finished floor height, but You know, and I asked her when I dropped the 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 permit off, you know, the plans to get the permit and the permit thing. I filled it all out and I asked her right there, what do they want for this finished floor height? Because it's a garage. And she says, you should need that. And I said, well, I didn't know how to answer it, so I left it blank. But, you know, if we need to do something with that, let me know. She says, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. And then that was the last thing on the list, going through all the questions before they actually issued the permit, was, you know, they still needed a finished floor height. And so I got on the phone and I said, what are you looking for? You know, if this is a garage, what kind of finished floor height are you looking for? It's the concrete slab. The slab is ground level. What, you know, well, generally we wanted so many feet, you know, so many inches below the floor, the height of the house. Oh, excuse me. I said the house is a trailer. It's on a frame, you know, 2.5, 3 feet in the air. I don't think it's a problem. Oh, he says. Oh. I'm like, oh? So, Keith Christie, what's up? Paul, what's up? Good to see you guys. So, you know, and so his final answer was, well, let me talk. That guy will be in the office today. You know, I'll talk to him. I'll get back to you. And then he calls me. Well, he left me a message. He sent me an email back. Yeah, I talked to him, and we don't need the finished floor height. Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, you know, 8 months ago when I dropped this off, I had this discussion with what's her name, and now we're back to that question, and she was right in the first place. We don't need that. So anyway, so you know, I tried emailing the permit office. They didn't return my email. So I'm going to be really mad when the inspector comes to look at it and he sees the termite inspection on it and tells me, well, you didn't need this. You know, it's a steel building. I said, yep. Sent 2 emails to the permit office. They wouldn't respond, asking them the very question. Do I need this? Is this necessary? It's a steel building. Nobody would answer me. So here we are. I spent an extra, I don't know how many hundreds of dollars this guy's going to charge me tomorrow to termite proof the building, but what's up with my Willie? Well, it's a little sore. I've been playing with it too much. Nothing's really up with it. I just been it's been hot out here during the day. I mean, really hot. We hit a 99 degrees yesterday, and today it was 97 degrees. So it's been really hot during the day. And you know, I got bigger fish to fry right now. I'm trying to fix my chainsaw so I can finish cutting down the limbs that are brushing against their dump trucks, so I don't scratch. I don't want to put a scratch in one of their dents. So yeah, so I've been working on that, and the belt broke on the lawnmower. I finally got the new belt. So today I was cleaning the mower all up. It's you know, I haven't had the deck plates off and really got in there and cleaned. So that's what I was doing today. So tomorrow I'll finish the final clean in there, and I'm going to wax it. Hopefully so the dirt won't stick in there. So when I'm done mowing, I can just hit it with a blower, and all the grass clippings and dirt will just blow out from inside the deck area, you know, where the belt runs. So I'm going to wax that tomorrow and then put the new belt on and close that all back up. And then I got grass to cut because it's been more than 2 weeks. So the grass is way too high. So I got to go out and cut grass. I'm going to have to cut it this week and then next week. You know, and lower the mower down to my height I want it at. So I'm going to try to cut it tomorrow and Saturday or Sunday, depending if I go flying one of the 2 days or both. And then yeah, well, Bill, the problem with WD-40 is it doesn't really dry, and my yard is mostly sand. It's, you know, very, very fine dirt sand. So it's just going to stick to the WD-40. And, you know, it's going to make a bigger mess than what's in there now. It'll rinse off easier, but, you know, if I get in there and wax it, it'll just slide right off if it doesn't get wet. You know, if I get done cutting and it's dry, the blower will just blow it right off. So, and it's not going to take very long to wax inside the belt area. It's not that big, you know, less than an hour. I can have that whole thing waxed, but polished and waxed. And I want to wax the whole mower. I really love my lawnmower, guys. It's a very beautiful orange Husqvarna 61-inch 0-turn. You know, and it's just an awesome lawnmower. It's beautiful, and it does such a great job. So it's got the Kawasaki motor on it, and I love the thing. So it needs a little TLC. It's about 5 years old now, and it still looks pretty damn new. And when I'm done washing it and waxing it tomorrow, it's going to look brand new. So yeah, that's so that's the only thing I really have to do tomorrow. Got to order a sprocket for the chainsaw. The chain beat the sprocket. It literally cut right through the sprocket. So now there's a groove in the sprocket, so the chain won't really pull right. So I have to replace the sprocket. Really soft metal they use on the sprocket. I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but so gonna have to order that sprocket. I ordered a new bar, and I have about 3 chains now. Actually, I bought 2 bars with chains, and I have 2 extra chains. So I've got 2 bars, 4 chains, chain oil. But I forgot the sprocket. I forgot that the sprocket wore out. So I gotta get a sprocket. So in the meantime, I've got a saber saw that I'm gonna finish cutting the branches out of the tree. Honda Pro Spray. Yeah. Mika. That was good. Right back at you, buddy. Pilot Ryan, what's up? This is the time where sprockets, where they dance. Hey Ryan, when you're done with all the videos you're gonna do with that Jimny, I know how much you love that thing. Send it to me. I'll gladly take it off your hands. I know it. I know it's one of your favorites. So, yeah, when you're done with it, just send it to me. I'll take it. Got another one. Yep, same motor. I got the water-cooled Kawasaki on mine too, George. Yeah, it's awesome. The mower's fantastic, well built. It's a Husqvarna, and I've had no problems with the mower. I have a slight problem with it, but nothing that's, you know, the left, now the right hydraulic is, I'm not getting as much authority in reverse as I should. Maybe it's low on hydraulic fluid. I don't know. I can't find a place to put the fluid in it. And I haven't looked in the manual, so that's my bad. Um, so, but yeah, it's yeah, the mower's doing great. Love it. So I put the mulch kit on it, so it does a great job cutting up the grass. The mower's pretty fast. My old mower only went about 6 miles an hour. This one does like 11 or 13. So it's twice as fast as the other one. As a matter of fact, I can't use full speed when the grass gets taller because it won't cut. It won't cut the big tall seedling grass. The real tall seedling ones. It just pushes them over, and they stay flat down as the mower runs over them, and it won't cut them. So then you know, the yard's got them sticking up all over. So I have to slow down a little bit to make sure I get them cut when I run over it. So I haven't been able to go full speed. I think I'll be able to go full speed next week. If I cut it like tomorrow and Saturday, and then I recut again like Tuesday, Wednesday next week, and lower it a little bit and cut it again, I think I'll probably be able to use full speed because the seed stalks won't be sticking up, and so the mower won't just bend them over, it'll cut them. But yeah, so I've been farting around with the mower and cutting branches and clearing branches. I got a big pile of branches up by the front of the house that I have to throw on the trailer and drag them to the burn pile in the back. I have 2 trees down, 2 more trees down. They were both dead. Well, actually, one was dead. The other one was just in my way. It was a little guy, little, 5-incher. But the other one was dead. It was a big one, but it was a dead tree. So I had to cut it down. And so I have to finish cleaning them up. And, but yeah, between the garage and the mower and the chainsaws and the trees, I've been busy. And so yeah, Willie's kind of been, I did a little bit of work. I built the steering knuckles on the front, and I put the transmission to the rear the rear swing arms, and I've got the frame rail here to put this together here and mount the. Oh no, Kenny just died again. So I got to mount this into here, just like that. And then, but I have to put a servo inside this first. The steering servo goes in here before you put this together. So I have to do that first. And then, once I do that, I can finish putting it together. So, after the inspection, and I'm just waiting for them to come out and put the building up, I'll have time to finish Willie. So Fred, what's up? Yes, Mike, I did buy the bearing kit. I bought these Fast Eddy bearings. I don't know if you guys are familiar with these. I bought the rubber sealed ones. So and I bought the kit for both. So that's what that looks like. Fast Eddy. So I bought the kit for the Willie and the Quattro. So I got 2 bearing kits. That was holding me up. I was waiting for the bearing kits to come in. What I got to do now really is I got to do some paint work. I need to paint a bunch of various stuff. The nitrous tank and the rear spare tire cover and the gas can and just various other stuff. I just have some detailing to paint, before I do the final assembly. And yeah, I just been dragging my feet, to be honest. Too much on my mind, guys. I keep trying to come out here and work on this, but it's either too hot or I'm just too exhausted from the stress of this damn building and everything going on with it. The price keeps going up, and now because the bug spray treatment that I didn't know I needed, I still don't think I need. I'm still waiting for the inspector to tell me I don't need it after I've already paid for it. I guess they had to bring an extra load. I think there's 4 loads of dirt they brought in, so that was an extra $300 for the extra load of dirt. Apparently, his quote didn't include fill dirt. Of course, he didn't tell me that when he gave me the quote. So, yeah, I was responsible for the fill dirt, but we made a deal since I had all the boards already up and everything, and his guys didn't have to do that. He paid for all the dirt and gave me $500 off of the original quote. But I'm still at $16,500 plus the plus what I spent on the wood, and then plus the bug treatment. So and then I'm still going to have to rent some kind of lift when they get here to put the building up. I have to have a lift here. I'm not sure what kind of lift it is. So when I call them, when they tell me my building's ready, they're bringing it out Friday, whatever. I'll say, okay, what lift do I have to have here? What do I need to go rent? And then I'll have to go rent that. So Keith, about 4 days, they say. They'll have the whole building up in like 4 days. So yeah, it'll be within. If they come out here on Wednesday, they should be done Thursday. Or I'm sorry, Monday. They should be done by Thursday. So yeah, it's not going to take them long to put it together. Yeah, I'm thinking a scissor lift, or unless they want unless they want one of those crane things to hold the joists up in place while they're bolting them to the sides. Yeah, I don't know. Because if they build the whole truss, for lack of a better word, I mean, it's not a truss because it's not wood, but the pitch area on the ground, then all they have to do is hoist it up in the air, get it over the verticals on each side and screw it in. So I don't know if they want some kind of a lift to hold that in place while they screw it in, or if they want something that they can stand on so that they can put it together up there. I don't know. I got to clarify that, make sure I'm getting them the right thing. Yeah, it's going to be about $20K for the, I paid $29 for the building plus 10%. So that brought it up to like $32. So the building itself, the whole structure was $32. That's installed price, delivered and installed. And then I had to pay for the concrete and to have the pad built, and then I have to rent the scissor lift or whatever. So yeah, it's going to be right at $50,000 complete for the whole thing. But that's still a pretty good deal, honestly, for a building that's 40 by 60. The guy that I talked to, his building's half the size of mine. His is I think his building was 20 by 40. So actually less than half the size of mine, but well, actually no, that's No, it wasn't that big. What was it? It was 32. Something 32 by... I think it was 20 by 32. Something like that. And I think he told me that his building was 18,000. And he paid 17,000 for the pad. So for a building it's about half the size of mine, he paid 32,000. And you know, mine's 40 by 60 and I'm only paying 50. So well, Michael, I've got 9 cars. So they're not all going to fit. I mean, they would if I didn't want to put anything else in there. But I'm going to build an apartment in one half of it, you know, man cave. And I have over 100 RC airplanes to put in there. I've got tire machines I'm going to put in there. A mounter and a balancer. A hydraulic press, a parts washer, and a sandblast cabinet. Let's see, what else? Compressor. Some of the other stuff I have isn't going to go in the garage. I'm going to put that stuff elsewhere now that I'll have freed up space. I've got like 11 toolboxes. Been an auto mechanic my whole life. Got a lot of tools. A lot of tools. So yeah. But mostly the main thing is to get the cars. You know, I want 7 cars in there. 4 down the side, and then 3 right up the middle. And then the other half of the building is going to be the man cave area, where I'm going to have like a giant hobby room. The hobby room's probably going to be somewhere in the area of 17 by 30. That's going to be the hobby room. So that's where I'm going to have all the airplanes, work on all the airplanes, that kind of thing. And honestly, I doubt that I'll be able to get 100 airplanes in that room and still have room to work on them. But I'm going to get them as organized as I can and still have room to work in there. And then the rest of them, you know, there'll be a hallway that goes down from the hobby room to the living room, and there'll be a bathroom in between. So I'm thinking on that hallway, some of my smaller planes, you know, 1100 size wingspan and below, I might retract the gear if they have gear and hang them on the wall, you know, in that hallway. You know, just, you know, like, you know, because I can just take them off the wall and go fly them. And then when I come home, you know, they'll have a spot. I can just hang them back on the wall. And then I'll probably have a couple in the living room hanging on the wall. You know, same thing. I could take it off the wall, go fly it, put it back on the wall. So we'll just have to see how it goes. The garage is going to be climate controlled. I wouldn't really call it air conditioned yet. Maybe. The air conditioning will be running in the garage. It'll definitely keep the humidity down and the temperature mildly down. It'll still probably be pretty warm in the garage, but it probably won't feel warm if the humidity's gone. So as the air conditioner is circulating the air, and that's just temporary. I mean, eventually I'll probably put a big enough unit to actually air condition the whole garage. But for now, it's just going to be a couple of stand-up units. I have 2 stand-up units I'll have out there to air condition the hobby room, the living room, and then if I'm working out in the garage, I just open all the doors up and let the air conditioning from the man cave half of the building just go out into the garage. And I'll have a hot exhaust fan at the top to suck the heat out of the peak. And then I'm going to have a couple fans just circulating the air. So I'm thinking it'll probably be pretty decent in there. You know, we'll see. And like I said, it's just temporary. Eventually I'll be adding an air conditioning unit to the garage. But the apartment side, the man cave side, will be air conditioned right off the bat. So as I build it, it'll be air conditioned. So been looking up how to I'm going to do all steel stud construction. So I'm looking for been watching some videos on how to build a steel stud construction. Getting some pointers on that. So I've been watching this one guy. He's pretty good. He's funny, but he seems to know what he's doing. Yeah, Michael, it's actually, listen, I'm one of these guys that likes the heat. Everybody's out at the flying field dying. Oh my God, it's so hot out here and everything. And I'm like, are you guys nuts? This is beautiful. We're sitting under a shade tree. We've got this nice breeze. It's beautiful out here. And they're all dying. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't know what the hell you guys are, I don't know what you want. But yes, I probably am going to do the spray foam insulation, Keith, before, what I am going to do, too, there's going to be an air gap between the steel wall of the building and the inner wall of the apartment, the man cave. So I'm going to have an air gap so that the heat from the building isn't radiating through the wall into the apartment. Yeah, I agree, George. I don't want to sleep in it. I definitely like, the humidity down. The heat's not the issue, it's the humidity. My house is very comfortable at 81 degrees when the humidity is only 45. It's very comfortable. It's almost cold. So I don't have to have it 68 degrees or any of that crap, as long as the humidity's down. So, but yeah, flying in it, working in it, not a problem. Don't mind that at all. Any midgets to wrestle Kenny? No. No, Tug. Hey, Tug, what's up? No wrestling midgets. So yeah, I am planning to spray the foam in there. Once I get the man cave area constructed and all the airplanes out of the floor in the garage so that the floor is empty, then I'll probably get in there and spray the walls and the ceiling with the foam insulation. I'm not going to do it first because I promised Mama that I'd get all the airplanes out of the house the minute the garage is done, and I have to honor that. So, and spraying the foam after the fact is not a problem. I don't care if I get foam spray on the outside walls of the man cave. I'm not building it for pretty on the outside. I don't care what the outside looks like. It's a garage. I will make the inside beautiful. I've already been picking out some headboard and foot trim and crown molding trim and stuff like that, and looking at some colors to paint it and all that. So yeah, I'm already working on all that. I was gonna I'm gonna do the 10-foot outlets. I'm gonna do it to code. I'm not gonna pull a permit, but it'll be to code. Yeah, EQ, that's too cold. My ex and I, because of the humidity, when the humidity is at 45 or 42 or 35 sometimes, because the air conditioner can pull it down that far. 78 degrees is freezing in this place. So we don't run it that cold. It's, you know, even she don't like it that cold. She used to like it at 78, 77 with the old air conditioner, but this one's doing a better job of getting the humidity down. So at 77, she's freezing. So I had to bump it up a degree or two. And that's the temperature in the bedroom. See, the bedroom's surrounded by, it's right in the middle of the house. The master, well, it's actually not the master bedroom. It's the small bedroom, but that's the one we use. It's right in the center of the house. So there's a room, all the way around the living room. And then this, the garage that I'm in, the wall of the bedroom backs right into this area. So there's no direct sunlight, no direct outside heat hitting the bedroom. The bedroom is insulated from all sides. So when the living room's 81 degrees, it's 77 in the bedroom. And so that works out perfect. So when I basically keep the living room and the rest of the house at like 81. And that puts the bedroom right at 77, and that's where she's comfortable. Although we've been adjusting it up because she's freezing. So we're still getting used to the new air conditioner. But yeah, that's generally where we keep it. And that's very comfortable. And our electric bill is pretty damn cheap. It's right around, in the summertime, it's right around 150 bucks a month. In the wintertime, it's been as low as like 62 bucks a month. It just depends on how much we're running the heat. We've had a couple of years recently where in the wintertime, during the day, the air conditioning's running, and then at night, the heat's on, which just drives me nuts that I have to run the AC and the heat in the same 24-hour period. You know, that just drives me nuts. So, but still, even when I have to run the heat like that and the air conditioning, it's still in the $80 in the wintertime. You know, maybe 90. So it's not bad. You know, our electric bill is very reasonable. So anyway, so that's where we are. You know, like I was just telling her today, because she thinks it's going to take me months to clean the house out, and I told her, I said, baby, I'm going to be putting airplanes in the garage while they're still hanging the garage door, and I'll have this house cleared in 2 days, guaranteed. All my planes, all my crap will be in the garage in 2 days. You know, because there's a door right here that goes right over to the garage. I can just go in and out that door and just carry airplanes and carry all my junk and I'm just going to throw it on the floor. I'm not going to try to organize anything. I'm just going to put it in the garage on the floor. All the planes are going to be laying on the floor. All my crap's going to be laying on the floor. And then once it's all out in the garage, I'll start arranging and, you know, organizing and straightening and all that. But I want to get it all out there. I want to get it out of the house. So yeah, everything will be out of the house in 2 days, and then she can, you know, have her fun, redecorating and. Yeah, great idea, Bruce. I should get a contract with McDonald's. You know, if all you guys will put the Hamburglar, the Scott Settle Hamburglar emblem on the tail of your airplanes, you know, I can take a picture of it and send it to corporate and say, hey, you know, got a couple hundred of guys that are on board to support my, you know, my hobby and theirs and my garage, and you should pay me for all this free advertisement. Yeah, I'm sure that would go over wonderful. I'm sure they'd just stroke the check. Yeah, Jermaine, I've heard you say that before. You know, you guys, what's your humidity when you've got the temperature at 72? Because I found down here that the humidity is a way bigger part of the the comfort level than the temperature. Way bigger. You know, the humidity is doing a much more important than um, than the temperature itself. Ronald McKenney, yeah, that's no, no, it's Lightning McKenney. Don't flat spot my tires on the concrete. Are you talking about on my cars or on the airplanes? You like my drag video? Yeah, I got a bunch of that stuff. I have. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I've got some autocross videos. It's on my hard drive in the house. I found some footage that I want to upload to YouTube. Um, this'll crack you guys up. You're gonna love watching this. So yeah, once I get everything organized, I'm gonna start uploading those videos, and you'll get to watch that too, because you're gonna love the autocross videos. They're hilarious. Um, and I've got other drag videos too. Some of them are already on YouTube if you haven't seen them. 20% humidity, Jermaine. Is that what you're saying? Oh my God, that would be freaking ice cold. I mean, you could hang meat in that place. Yeah, that's way freaking too cold. And another one. And I think that's about 8 so far tonight. Yeah, Mike, I will. Yeah, they're coming. Um, there's I can find one right now that I've put up before. I think I can find it. Yeah, here it is. It took me forever to figure out how to find this damn video. But so here's another drag race video. So this is the different car. This is the Impala. Actually, this is the Impala that I'm using as the tow vehicle right now to take the RC airplanes to the flying field. So the other one was my 9C1. And this is the Impala. Then all the autocross footage is in this car that you're going to see eventually. Yeah, the bugs are committing suicide. Absolutely. can put up. I think I have an in-car camera footage of an autocross. The car's on the side of the car, pointed at the front tire, basically, so you can see how much counter steering I'm doing during the run. Oops, what happened? Oh, 74%. Well, see, that's the problem, Jermaine. See, if you were, you know, if you were at 45% humidity, you'd be freezing at 72 degrees. Trust me. You know, that would be freaking cold. Yeah, Christy, send the murder hornets here, or spend $20 and get yourself a play toy. You know, you can be outside sitting there with that on the table next to you, and sipping a martini or whatever you drink, and laughing every time one of the killer hornets flies into that. So trust me, you'll have a great night. You'll be laughing the whole time. So so here I'll put up another one. Here's a. What are you watching on your phone, Mike, or are you watching on a big TV, a full screen type TV? What are you watching with? Because I've got one that's really good to watch, but you can't see it on your phone. Not the funny part, anyway. So, if you're watching on a TV, then I'll put this one up. Yeah, that was my very first nitrous shot. It's 11.9 now. It's running 11.9s. I upped the nitrous by another 25 horsepower, and I two staged it because the single stage hit was too hard when I upped it. But that was the very first nitrous pass, was the 12.4. So I've fine-tuned it since then. What's up, Richard? Good to see you, buddy. Okay, so here's one. I'll save that one for last. Let me give you these first. So this was an autocross up in Tennessee that I went to. So I'll put this one up. Is today National Aviation Day, Wild Bill? So I'm going to let you guys in on this. Maybe some of you already know. Um, I'm getting these text messages from Dana. Both of his daughters were in a very bad car accident today. They were in a Mustang convertible, and the car's totaled. It rolled over. The one girl has a broken back. She will be okay. They've got her in a back brace and not life-threatening injuries to either one of them. But Dana's pretty shook up, so he's talking to me out of the chat here, because he keeps, I'm getting their life history now. He's showing me all the pictures when she was in the military, and what the car looked like before the wreck, and he's already sent me the pictures of the wreck, and it was pretty bad, and Dana's pretty shook up. So, you guys, if you can, all your prayers, say a little prayer for Dana and his girls. He's got two beautiful daughters. Oh my God, they must be the UPS guy, kids. Because man, I can't believe those beautiful girls came out of Dana's genes, literally. So, but yeah, so he's pretty upset because he keeps texting me. So yeah, thank you guys, all of you. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome, all of you. There's so much love in here. I just can't thank you guys enough for all the love you guys share. So, and I didn't know if Dana was, lurking in the room or not. Apparently not. But yeah, so both daughters are okay. Minor injuries. The broken back is not severe. She's just in a back brace that she has to wear for 2 months, and she should have a full recovery. So that's what he's telling me. And I think the other one just has bruises, bumps and bruises. Nothing. So neither one's life-threatening. The car's a total loss. It's a fairly new Mustang too. It's like a 2020 vintage Mustang. It's pretty new, and there's nothing left of it. It's destroyed. So yeah, it's he hasn't told me how the accident happened. Like who's at fault. I'm guessing that his daughter was at fault since he's not, screaming bloody murder about the asshole that hit his kids. So, that just kind of sets the stage that more than likely it was her fault that the accident happened. Because he'd be calling the other guy everything but a white man, if he is a white man. But anyway, so yeah, he's pretty tore up, and Flying Time had a bad night last night. He texted me at 3 in the morning. So yeah, they're both in a bad way right now. So thanks for the prayers, guys. Keep them both in your minds. Tim's okay. Nothing happened to him, but his friend is not as well off, and he was pretty upset last night when he contacted me. So yeah, George, absolutely. We don't it's kind of funny how we don't value our own personal lives as much as we value our kids. It's amazing how that is. And I don't have any kids, but I know I've dated 2 girls with kids that I fell in love with the kids. I mean, I was raising them as if they were my own. and it went both ways. They're young kids, 6 years old, and they were as much in love with me as I was with them. Um, as a matter of fact, the moms both times got a little jealous that their daughters were clinging to me more than her. Um, I'll tell you a funny story about one of them. So on our first date, and of course I knew she had kids, so I was prepared. She had one daughter. That's all she had, one daughter. The other one had 3 kids. But the one girl that had one daughter, she told me that her daughter doesn't like strange men. So be prepared that, she's probably not going to talk to you. She's not going to pay attention to you. Um, you know, just that's just how she is. Don't feel bad. I said, okay, no problem. I had a secret weapon up my sleeve, so because I'm a 12-year-old inside, so I relate to kids well. So I took them to Disney. No, actually, I didn't. I took them to Busch Gardens. Yeah, it was Busch Gardens we went to. It wasn't Disney. Um, and one of the first things we did is we got on that ride where there's like 3 carts on a wheel, and they spin around this way, and the carts themselves spin around while the whole rig is spinning around, while the whole thing is spinning around. So there's arms out with, like a wheel with 3 carts on the wheel, and so the carts spin, the wheel spins, and then the whole rig spins. I forget what they call it, the witch's wheel or something, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so they have to, they have to index it around to load them, right? So, they bring the one arm down, they load people in the first cart, they swing it, that cart to the second one they load, and then the third one they load, then they index it around, and the same thing, right? So I'm in a cart by myself, the daughter's in a cart with her mother. So while we're sitting there waiting to load, I'm shifting my weight in the car to get my individual cart spinning. So I'm spinning around like a top, and they're both over there looking at me like, and Jessica, I hear her telling her mom, "How's he doing that?" And she's like, "I don't know," right? Jessica spent the rest of the day with me. She forgot about mom. She was with me, hanging on me. We were every ride we were together in. Mom was the third party out now. This is the first date, and that's how quickly the daughter took to me. So, and we had a ball. I got her on a ride. She was like a millimeter too short to get on the ride, and so, and she was so bummed because she wanted to ride the ride. I said no problem. So I went over and I found we went over to a snack bar area where you buy food, and I pulled about 20 or 30 napkins out of the napkin, and I had her take her shoes off, and I folded up the napkins and stuffed them in her shoes. And then I told her, I says, okay, so walk on your tippy toes as much as you can so you're not putting much weight on the napkins. And then when you get up there, you can stand on your heels, but just keep your weight off the heels until you get to the measuring stick. So she did. He measured her. She made it. She got on the ride. She was just ecstatic that my napkin trick got her on the ride. So, like I said, she spent the whole day with me. Oh, no kidding. College dorm? Jermaine, is that what you're talking about? Wow, Fred. So, what kind of injuries did he sustain in that crash? You know, thank God he started college. Uh, or was this? I don't know. The way I'm reading this, it kind of reads like he just started community college, but back in December he had this accident. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Yeah, so a buddy of mine is going through that right now too. I think he just turned like 67. Um, he went in the hospital for, I think it was his pancreas. I think they were gonna remove his pancreas. Um, there was a complication with it. It was supposed to be a in and out surgery. He was only going to be in the hospital like 4 hours total, including the operation and the recovery and everything. Um, the doctor screwed up bad. Um, he was in intensive care for 2 weeks. Moved to a different hospital. Then they had to take out his spleen, I think. Um, and and so he was in really bad shape for a month. He was in the hospital, I think, a total of a month. And so his wake up call just came. You know, he he sold some. He's got cars like me. That's kind of how we met. Um, so he's selling off several of his antique cars. He bought a brand new Dodge. Hey, we got another one. Brand new Dodge diesel, and he's already has this beautiful camper, with slide outs and everything. And he's going to travel the USA. He wants to see the U.S. before he dies. So he's going to spend I think the next year, um, probably all of next year, because the truck won't be here till September or October, I think. And then by the time he gets everything, all of his loose ends cinched up, so he can leave and be gone. Um, so yeah, I think so. He's going to go travel. He wants to get the travel bug out of his system. So, after that traumatic hospitals event, um, he's decided he wants to go traveling. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? Taking a little vacation time away from home, I see. Where are you at? Out in Colorado? Is that what you said in your video? I forget now. Ron, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, Christy, I'd really like to hear more about your situation. I'm not going to divulge it here, but please send me more messages. Let me know what's going on. I'm a little worried. Okay? Yeah, yeah. So my friends, I don't know what it wasn't cancer. It was, there was just something wrong, and they were going to do a simple, it was an outpatient kind of surgery that was no big deal. And the guy nicked his bowel, and so he had, his bowel was leaking into his chest cavity, and then it just started. I mean, it made a mess. It was a freaking mess, and I think it was his spleen, and then the gallbladder, or the other way around. I forget which one which, but yeah. So what was supposed to be a 4-hour surgery turned into a month in the hospital of agonizing pain, and yeah, it was horrible. Oh, you're home and everything's okay now? Okay, good. Thank you, Christy. When you first texted, I was like, oh my God, what is going on? So, glad to hear that. Thank you. All right, let's get back on airplanes, or at least RC. It could be tanks. It could be, oh, yeah, let me, hang on a minute. I'm going to put up another autocross video. Hang on a second. I got 2 more videos. Hey, go on, get in there. Go. Little gnat just flew by. I was hoping he was going in the... Okay, so now this one... This autocross is at the local event here in St. Pete. This is a much smaller course. So I'm going to put this one up. Oh, no kidding. Oh, Mike. Oh, damn. Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah, I feel your pain, man. My parrot, and he just died. But he used to get out of his cage, and then he'd get up on the airplane rack and start chewing the wings off the airplane. And half of the time, I just now am noticing some serious damage on one of my planes. That he was chewing the whole wingtip off of it. And he's not eating it. He's just tearing it off because he can. So he takes a bite and throws it, and then he takes another bite and throws it, and so he really messed up the one wingtip. And I haven't even seen the other planes yet. I won't know those until I get them out in the garage. But yeah, so I feel your pain, man. I wasn't happy with my bird either, but I didn't want him dead, and he died. So I'm kind of been missing him. But yeah, you love them, but at the same time, you just want to kill them when they do stuff like that. Now we know why the parrot died. Okay, and then I got one more video. Now this one's going to need a little setup. So, and if you guys are watching the other ones, listen. If you want to open them and watch them later, just right-click on them and open them in a separate window. You'll have a bunch of extra windows open, but they'll all be there for you to watch when you get around to watching them. If you're not watching them right now. Oh, Bruce, are you out of here? Are we putting you to sleep? Damn, dude, it's only 11 o'clock. Star Trek Voyager comes on right now. What's the matter with you? You're not leaving for that, are you? So, okay, so this last one. Let me get here. Hang on a minute. Okay, so then this last one I'm putting up, this is right here in Brooksville. This is on an airport runway that's closed down. This used to be a bomber field. And, back in the war. And now they don't use this particular runway, so they let us autocross on it. So it's a pretty long run down the runway. I'd say we're probably using up a good 1/8 of a mile of the runway. And that's down and back, so it's an 1/8 a mile down and then another 1/8 mile back. So, and the funny part about this is in the lower right hand, there's 3 views. There's there's a camera mounted right behind my rear view mirror. And then there's a camera mounted on the the driver's side rear door going down the side of the car, so you can see the front door handle and the front tire. And then the lower right side has a picture. The camera's mounted on the back window facing forward, so you're inside the car. You can see out the front windshield, but you can see me driving, and you can see if I have a passenger. You can see them in the car with me. But what's funny here is on the windshield is a Garfield cat with the suction cup hands, and he's suction cupped to the window. So he's riding along. And my buddy decided to dub in some conversation from Garfield. You know, he's talking to me in text. So make sure you pause the video and read the text that Garfield says, because it's hilarious. You know, he put all that in after the fact, and it's pretty funny. So watch for the little text message. It's a little black strip comes up. Make sure you can, you know, make sure you go full screen with the video so you can, and then pause it so you can read what Garfield says, and then just enjoy. I think he's only actually in the first, he's only talking in the very first run, and only the very beginning of the very first run. About halfway through, the battery dies. But so pay attention to Garfield's statements, and then just enjoy the rest of the video. There's like 5 runs, I believe, on this, 5 or 6. And it puts up my times and if I hit penalty cones or anything. But yeah, so this one's a lot of fun. So a little setup on that, so you guys can really enjoy this one. So this video is a little longer because of all the runs, but it's still only, let me look here. Yeah, it's still only 6 minutes long, and there's 5 or 6 runs in it. So, because each run's only like 45 seconds. But that's, well, depending on where you are, that could be a long autocross run. So yeah, watch this last one. It's pretty funny. Make sure you read what Garfield's saying. If you're on your phone, guys, you're not going to be able to read the Garfield stuff. So just enjoy the race and don't worry about the Garfield thing. But if you're watching on a TV, go full screen and pause it and read the Garfield stuff, because it's pretty funny. Yeah, Mike, it's kind of funny how dogs, even when they're doing something wrong, when they're done, they know they've done something wrong, you know? It's not like, you know, they're looking at you like, what? You know, it was making noise. No, they know they're in trouble. You know, they're just damn smart. They know exactly that they're in trouble, you know? So, sometimes they know, they think they're in trouble because, you know, they had an accident on the floor or whatever, and they know they're not allowed to poop on the floor, but, you know, for whatever reason, I wasn't home or I was outside too long and he really had to go, and, you know, so that's more my fault than his fault, but he doesn't know that. So he thinks he's in trouble, and, you know, so he's hiding, he's got his head down, you know, he's giving you those eyes, you know, so, and you just gotta love them. What are you gonna do? They're just, you know, for me, animals bring so much joy to my life. I really didn't want another dog. You know, when my ex moved back in, I told her I didn't want another dog right now. I said, because I don't want to have to come home to let it out and all that right now. I've got some things going on in my life with the new job and all the things, and she didn't listen and went and bought a dog anyway. And of course I fell in love with it instantly, and and I just love this guy. He's, you know, we named him Gizmo, and he's wonderful. He's just such a great dog. And You know, he comes in the living room begging for my food, and he's got food in his bowl in the bathroom, or at least I think he does. And so I have to, yell, make sure. So I yell at her, "Hey, did he eat his food?" And she says, "Nope." So I look at him. I said, "Go eat your food. Go eat your food. You're not getting any of mine until you go eat yours. Go eat your food." And he goes and eats his food. She couldn't believe that one. She said, "Did you just tell that dog to go eat his food?" I go, "Yeah, why?" Because he did. I said, "Well, yeah, I know. He's a good dog. He does what he's told. He totally understands English." So, and yeah, so she had never seen him do that before, so that cracked her up. Yeah, Fred, I totally get it. I didn't want to lose another animal. I thought the parrot was going to be with me for a long time. He should have been. It was my fault he died. Um, of course, I share all my food with him too, but in moderation. And I was eating a Subway sandwich, and he kept pounding his cage door. He wanted another bite. He wanted another bite. He wanted another bite, and I kept trying to get him to eat some of the meat or the tomato or whatever. But all he wanted was the bread. So every time I gave it to him, he kept eating the bread. Well, he ate too much bread, and it bound him up, and he died. You know, and because bread's not good for birds. And usually when I let him have some bread, I just have him a couple pieces and that's it. But this time I don't know what I was thinking or not thinking, or like I said, I kept wanting him to take something other than the bread, but all he wanted was the bread. And so he had like six, maybe more bites of bread. And the next day he was sick all day, and then that night he died. And I know why. I mean, I knew what I'd done. I thought he'd outlive me. I didn't think I'd have to worry about grieving over him. And he sits right there on the couch next to me while I'm watching TV. So and I keep pretty much every time I wake up, because I sleep on the couch. Every time I wake up, I look over, to say hi to him or whatever, and he's not there, and so I'm really missing him. You know, he was a lot of fun. He pissed me off a lot, but I still loved him, and I miss him. Yeah, Fred, you've been through it too. It's just that's the problem with getting pets. We keep outliving them, and so we have to keep going through the grief of losing them. You know, they bring so much joy to us while they're alive, but we all know that day's coming, and I've been through it quite a few times, and I really just I like you. I don't want to do it anymore. That's why I told the ex I didn't want a dog. Right now especially. If we were older, um, maybe we would outlive it, or at least um, we'd be more homebodied, empty nesters kind of, and because right now, even she still, she wants to go see her brother up in um, Illinois, and she wants to go see her daughter down in Naples, and her other daughter up in Georgia, and so I have to stay home and watch the dog, and now she just told me that she's taken a week off in October. Well, we have 3 events going on in October that I was hoping to go to all of. The Joe Knoll, which is probably going to get canceled, so that's probably off the table anyway. But I was planning to go to Joe Knoll, the one in Alabama. I'm not sure what that one is. And then the one that Jeff Customs fly in. later in October, I think. I think it's around the 23rd. Um, so I was hoping to go to those three, and now I don't know if the weekend she's got off is conflicting with one of those events now. Because if it is, I won't be able to go. Uh, so anyway, all right. So you guys watched the last autocross? Did you get that one? Did you enjoy that? Uh, yep, it's totally true, Eric. You know, pets they just love you unconditionally, and and that's pretty much what makes them so wonderful. You know, and they're very forgiving too. You know, after you spank them for being bad or whatever, they get over it. Um, and then they still love you. Yep, that's true, Eric. It's just like kids. For us people that don't have kids, they are our kids. You know, so we have to raise them, teach them. Maybe maiden. What are you waiting maidening? Let's see here. Oh, just some planes. So how many new planes, Fred, have you got ready to go that you haven't maidened yet? Oh, the live band across the street's practicing tonight. Okay, Roy. So is that good or bad? Do they play music you like, and are they any good? Not bad at the moment. Is this the first time they've practiced, or have you listened to them before? So, Eric, have you checked out the Timber X to see if it's... Are you still letting it dry out some more? Wouldn't blame you if you let it dry out more. I probably wouldn't touch it for a month. No need to rush it. I might take it outside, put it out in the sun, let it, air out. But yeah, I probably wouldn't have powered it up yet. Oh, so you don't think you could fix the elevator? You're just going to replace it? Yeah, that thing's pretty cheap, I think, isn't it? So that's not too bad. Considering all things, the plane looks like it fared pretty well. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah, if you let it dry out, it'll be fine. I've got a tactic receiver that was out in the weather for years. I think it's still laying here on the bench. And I tested it, and it still works. Yep, here it is right here. You know, this tactic receiver was out in the woods for years, and it still works. I've gotten several that way. I'm flying a E-flight plane right now, not an E-flight plane, a plane that I put a 4-channel Spectrum receiver that was out in the woods for years. I threw that receiver in it, and it flies fine. So they're pretty resilient. As long as you let them dry out before you power them up, they usually recover. It's when you power it up wet, you can fry something. So yeah, make sure it's good and dry before you try plugging it in. And the battery might be savable too, EQ. You got to just bring it up gentle. Yeah. You have to do a fire dance, war paint, feather in your, in your thing, and hoomba, hoomba, and conjure up a hurricane wind to blow it out of the tree. That's how you get it out of the tree, right? Yeah, that works too. The rice trick works. So, yeah, as long as you get it dried out before you power it up, they usually survive. So, yeah, it's, yeah, when I lost my, what do they call that stupid thing? Oh, crap. Okay, guys. What's the name of that big flying wing from E-Flight? The 2-meter big white flying wing. Begins with an O. ODD. What the hell's that thing called? Shit, I'm drawing a blank right now. Aptera. Thank you. That's what it is. Thank you, Fred. So my Aptera flew away, and it was gone for, I want to say it was gone a couple months. We found it, so I got it back. The way it had been, it was on the ground in one piece. Everything was intact. Didn't really damage it at all. A cow chewed on the wingtip, but that's all. And the angle that the plane was sitting at, that there's no way the receiver got wet. The camera might have gotten wet, so I took the camera out of it and I just set it aside so it could dry out if it had water in it. But there was no way there was any water in the receiver. So I took the battery out. Like I said, it was gone months, Eric, and I was able to get the battery take a charge. I had to do some trickery to make that happen, but once I got it to start charging, it took a charge and the battery was fine. It recovered okay. And but I threw another battery in and I flew it that day, the day I found it. And I was out there flying it around, and all the guys were like, "Is that the plane that's been gone for 2 months?" I said, "Yeah." "You're flying it?" No, it's a figment of your imagination. Here's your sign. No, yeah, I'm flying it. Yeah, it's fine. Why? He couldn't believe I was flying it, 20 minutes after I found it. Well, why not? I mean, it got rained on, but like I said, the attitude the thing was sitting at, it was at like a 45. It was up against a bush, sitting on its wingtip in the nose. So it was kind of at a 45, leaned, right side up against the bush. So, and the receiver is like, it's not in the nose of the airplane. So the receiver was up out of any danger of getting wet. So yeah, I didn't have to worry about that. And So while I was flying it around, I charged up the other battery, and then about an hour later, I flew it with the battery that had been sitting out there all that time, and it worked fine, and battery's still good. You know, still flying it with that battery. So, well, I was until I lost it again. So, but I still had the battery because I didn't lose it the second time with the same battery. So, but yeah, I lost it again. So, Roach Coach, what's up? Yeah, can't remember shit. Yep. Yeah, I suffer from that often. Well, Randy, if the crank sensor code is up, you know, the crank sensor could be causing all these other lights. Um, you know, take care of that code first. You know, fix the crank sensor, clear the code, and try it again and see what happens. You know, it could be some other issues. You know, you just have to, you know, the first thing to do though is you eliminate the codes. You know, so if you've got a code, you got to get rid of that first, and then we'll see what happens on the rest of them. There was a thing in the back in the '80s. GM had done something really stupid. Um, they were using the high-mounted brake light in a series of sensors and lights, and they were using that as the ground. So if the high mounted tail light was out, the bulb was burnt out, you lost like the oil pressure. I think the cruise control didn't work. There were several things that were connected to that ground, um, and nobody could figure it out. And then the mechanic friend of mine, he finally figured it out. You know, he was stumped. He didn't understand. He went through the wiring diagram, and he saw that high-mounted brake light was in there, and he didn't think much of it until he finally decided to check it, and the bulb was burnt out. So he said, so I wonder what. So he replaced the bulb, started the car up, and everything was working. So just one of those idiotic, stupid things that make you go, what the hell? You know, because you're trying to figure out what's wrong with the car, and it was something as stupid as that. So replacing the bulb and the high-mounted brake light fixed the problem. When's favorite radio hour? I don't know. We could vote on it. Hey, Matt, what's up? We can make it now if everybody wants to talk about their favorite radio. Mine's the new the IX20 STD. That's my new favorite radio. Can't wait till that one comes out. So did that fix it, Randy? Did you reset the light like like Roy just said? Unhook the battery for about 10 minutes. Yep, that's a good way to put it, Matt. Yeah. My favorite radio is the one that I landed successfully, the last plane, that I landed successfully. That's my favorite radio. All right, Mike. Hey, you have a good night or good morning. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Oh, he hasn't put it in yet. Okay. Well, tell him to unhook the battery while he's putting it in, and then you'll kill two birds with one stone. The battery will be resetting the code at the same time he's installing the new sensor. So when he gets the sensor in and hooks the battery back up, everything should be good. So one of the other idiotic things we found out is in the LT1 motors that are in all my cars, the Corvette motor. If you put the knock sensors, don't ask me why this works, but if you tighten the knock sensors too tight while you're installing them, they create all kinds of false knock codes that the computer picks up, and it screws up the whole thing. So you can't put them in real tight. And have no idea why. Doesn't make any damn sense. Didn't make any sense to my mechanic friend that is the wizard. But he called me up one day with that problem. And I told him what it was, and he didn't believe me. He refused to believe me. So I drove over there. And the car was up on the lift. And I said, so the mechanic that was working on it walked over to me, and he says, so what do you think it is? The knock sensor's too tight? I said, yeah. I said, give me a wrench. Which one? There's two in the box. I said, which one's the one you just changed? This one. I said, okay. So I backed it out till it was loose. Then I ran it back in till it just snugged up. And there's thread sealer on it, so the oil's not going to leak because it's in the oil cavity. And I had him reset the codes. He started it up, and the code had gone away. And he took it for a test drive, and it was fine. And the mechanic that my friend is, his name's Garvin. He comes over to him, and he just shook his head. Why does that work? I have no idea. I thought of it the same way you did. This is the stupidest thing. How tight the damn knock sensor have any bearing on? I mean, the sensor itself is inside the solid steel housing that's threading into a solid steel block. How does how tight it is in that make any difference? It doesn't make any sense. So I can't tell you why it fixes it. I just know that we found out through years and years of playing with these cars that it does. So he still talks about that. When people come in and ask questions like Randy just did, he tells that little story about the knock sensor and how I was the one that figured it out. And, it was just something we learned over many years of, Christ, I've had these cars for 26 years now. I pretty much, I have it figured out. These cars are my bread and butter. Everybody brings their cars. Everybody around here brings their cars to me. There was this guy Sam stopped by one day. I didn't know who he was. He stopped by. He was standing at the gate. I walked over and I said, "Can I help you?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "I see you have a bunch of these cars." And I said, "Yeah, they're my babies." He says, "Well, I just bought one." I said, "Really? What'd you get?" He said, "A '96. It's the dark cherry." I said, "Sweet. Where is it?" He says, well, right now it's at the dealership. And I'm like, why? What's wrong with it? He says, well, they don't know. So I bought it from this place. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't even scan it. They said their scan tool couldn't scan it. I said, what do you mean their scan tool can't scan it? And yeah, Fred, I've had my own garage for years. I do a lot of side work. That's where I make my airplane money, is doing side work on people's cars. I don't want to do it full time. Then it'll feel like a job. So when he told me they couldn't even scan it, their scan tool can't even read it, and I'm like, bring that son of a bitch over here. So he did, and he went and got it from the dealership, and he brought it over here, and I've got a scan tool that's on my laptop, and it's an old laptop. It uses a serial. It has a serial and a parallel port on the back of the laptop, so it's very old. And I have software that reads through the parallel port, which is the printer port. So I hooked it up and scanned it, and it scanned fine. I got codes. I could see what was wrong with it, and you know, all the things, how bad it was running and everything. I said, well, you've got, you know, there's 4 NOx sensors on the car. 2 of them are dead, and 1 is pretty weak. So I said, the weak one was on the front. Okay, so I'll give you a quick rundown. The front ones are the ones that matter. The back ones are just, there's 2 in front of the cat, 2 after the cat. The 2 after the cat are just checking air quality to see if the front 2 are working. It doesn't adjust the motor in any way. It doesn't do any tuning off of those 2. It's just, and that's on the 96s and up. The 95s didn't have a second set of O2s in the back, just the front 2. The second 2, like I said, are just a fail-safe check. So one of the one in the back was bad. The one in the front on one side was bad. The other side was the weak one. So I moved the weak one to the back and put 2 brand new ones in the front. And that fixed the car. Car ran perfect. So he went back to both places, made them give him their money back, you know, his diagnostic money he gave him, because they couldn't even scan it. And he told him, my buddy's got a laptop. He scanned it, fixed it, and everything. You guys are idiots. I want my money back. So he got his money back. And so he's had me working on the car ever since. And you know, now he's wanting me to hot rod it. So he wants me to put nitrous on it. And he was talking about a blower, and I said, no, you don't want to put a blower on this car. The motor doesn't like to be blown. But it does like the nitrous. So now it's at the paint shop again. They're touching up the paint. When he gets it back from the paint shop, he's going to, and I get the garage finished, he's going to bring it here. He wants me to install a nitrous setup on it. So I have that to look forward to, make a little extra money. That'll be my Joe Nall money. My Joe Nall, my Jeff Customs, and Alabama money. Actually, that's not the problem with these cars, Roach. The compression isn't... the cylinder head pressure is not the problem. It's pressurizing the intake manifold on these particular engines. The seal won't hold. It wasn't designed for pressurized intake. So it keeps blowing the seal out of the back of the intake manifold. And you get an oil leak and a pressure leak, because it blows the gasket out the back of the intake. The cylinders don't mind the extra pressure. They're steel pistons. Well, no, they're not. They're hypertectic pistons, but steel heads, and it handles it fine. It doesn't mind it there. It's the intake's the problem. So if you put a turbo or a blower on it, you can't run a lot of pressure because it'll just blow the gasket out of the back of the intake. So, but it loves the nitrous, man. No problem there. So yeah, it's so that he's decided he wants me to put the nitrous on it. So now I've got a blower on one of my friend's cars, and it's been on there for like 17 years. But I turned the boost way down so that he couldn't overpressurize it, and I'm running it on the fairly rich side because I knew he'd break it if I leaned it out to get maximum power out of it, because he races everything at every light. He'll race a cockroach if it's lined up next to him and gives him the nod. He'll race the cockroach. So, yeah, he's just a nut. So I had to make sure that I tuned it for him so he wouldn't break it, and he hasn't been able to break it in 17 years. So, but it's not as fast as the nitrous. You know, my car's a lot faster. So, and he's convinced that he can beat me if we make enough passes down the strip. And I keep trying to tell him, I said, listen, you know, I don't have to make a full nitrous pass to beat you. You know, I only have to launch on the nitrous, maybe go 100 feet, 200 feet, and then I can shut the nitrous off, because I'm going to be far enough ahead of you that you're not going to be able to run me down. So I'm going to use very little nitrous to get out in front of you and stay there. And then I have 2 tanks. So we're probably looking at, I could probably get 15 runs out of each tank and beat you each time. We're not going to be able to ever get 30 runs in one night, you know, at a test and tune. So, yeah, you're not going to win. We can run it as many times as you want. You're not going to win. And hell, if I got that low that it looked like I might run out of nitrous, I just go they fill it right there at the track. I just take the spare tank back over it and tell them to refill it. So, you know, he wasn't going to beat me. But anyway, we kid about it a lot. And then at the car shows, we're parked next to each other with the hoods up, and they see nitrous on this one and a blower on that one, and then they have to ask, which one's faster? And of course, he hates saying it, but he says that one. So, but yeah, the cars have been a lot of fun. You know, I've had all of them now. I bought the first one in '96. It was a '95 that was traded in, and I bought it in '96. So I had the first Impala SS in '96. I bought the second one, which was a '96, from a friend. Probably about 2000, I'm guessing, 2001, roughly, I think is when I bought that one. The third one I bought, well, then I bought the police car, the 9C1. That was the beige and orange one you saw one of the drag races. If you guys saw it. If you didn't, let me know. I'll play it again. I bought that one, I think, around 2002 or 3. Then I bought my third Impala SS in probably 2010 or 11, I'm guessing. And then the last one I bought, the last Impala SS, was another 96. And I bought that one in like 2016, because I totaled it in 2017. That was the car that got in the accident, caught on fire, and broke my ankle, and I had to have all that surgery. And most of you guys probably remember that. So yeah. So I got rid of the two-tone one, the 9C1, the police car, when I got the fourth Impala. So I had 4 of them, and I still have it. It's here. It's parked out front, but it's just a shell. There's good parts on it still. Tranny's good. It's got a $1,000 stainless steel exhaust system on it that's perfect. I already used the gas tank that was in it in another car. I'm sure the motor is rebuildable. It's all steel, so I'm sure the motor, you know, all the aluminum crap that was hanging on the motors all melted away. But I've got spare alternators and power steering pumps and all that stuff, so that's no problem. I even have 2 spare intake manifolds. One of them's at the powder coater right now. He hasn't gotten around to powder coating it for me yet, but I don't need it yet, so it's not a big deal. Not ready for that. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, so I just have to finish tearing it down, getting the rest of the parts off of it, and then I'll scrap the Hulk because there's nothing left of the car. Just some of the parts. The motor and tranny I'll pull out. The drive shaft's fine. Um, the rear axle's fine. The front suspension's fine. Um, and the exhaust system. So I'm gonna pull all that off, and then I'll put the car on my trailer on some 4x4s and take it to the salvage yard and just let them take it for scrap metal. I'll probably make a couple bucks off of it. And that'll get it out of the driveway. I think I'm just going to roll it on its side to take everything off of it. I don't even think I'm going to try to work under it. I think I'm just going to roll it on its side and unbolt the rear end and the exhaust and the motor and tranny, and literally just kind of like let them fall out of the car, you know. Well, the motor and tranny I'll take out through the top because that's the only way that's going to come out anyway. And then I'll roll it on its side and get the rear end, the exhaust, and all the rest of the parts I'm going to salvage. The front suspension, and then I'll put it back on its. I'll turtle it, put it on its belly, and put it, and then winch it up on the trailer and take it to the scrapyard. Roach, we can talk about whatever you want. What do you want to talk about? Let's talk about helicopters. I'm dying for a subject to talk about. Give me something. We don't have to talk about old Chevys for sure. What are you doing with helicopters right now? You got anything new you want to talk about? I'd love to hear some stories. Is it a Ford or a Chevy? It's neither. It's a Gillig. Or a Nova. Could be one or the other. So yeah, it's not a Ford or a Chevy. Yeah, the Disney buses were Gilligs or Novas. God, the Novas suck. They look cool, but man, they're terrible. Oh my God, what a horrible bus. They leak like a sieve in the rain. Oh my God. All the seats have water in it. It looks like somebody peed in the seat. No, it's just the ceiling leaking. Just wipe it off. It's fine. Water. There's a panel over your head that's got switches and electrical switches and shit in it. There's water running out of the switch bay. It's like, oh yeah, this is good. I wanna flip one of those switches. Oh my God. Yeah, I know what it stands for. No go. Yeah, that's what it stands for. No go. Yeah, I think Disney's doing away with all the Novas. They're probably still running some, but I think they're just going to run all Gilligs. Um, the Novas have just been, they had a contract with both companies for a while, and I think they're just tired of. I think they're just tired of guests complaining about the Nova. Getting rained on. Because if it's raining, you're going to get wet, and I just don't think. When I was leaving Disney, in 16 or 17, 16. They were talking about, back then they were talking about getting rid of all the Novas. I don't know if they did or not. I really haven't paid attention to that. Yeah, exactly. The bus leaks to keep you in the park. Because, if you're going to leave, you're going to get in a wet bus. Yeah, I know. Isn't that hilarious? I mean, did they research that word before they decided to use it? What the hell? Well, what was that guy thinking? And does he still have a job at Chevrolet? Yeah, I know. That's of course back then that we weren't speaking Spanish at all, so I guess they didn't have any reason to, when the first, what year did the first Nova come out? Um, in the 60s? I think the first Nova came out in the 60s. So yeah, it was not a genius move, I don't think. Wild Bill 62? Okay. Yeah, Roach says 62 also. So yeah, so in 62, there were probably some Spanish people here, but not that many. So nobody thought about learning to speak Spanish or what the Spanish word, what the translation for Nova was. I don't know, though. These guys have a sense of humor. So the code for a Cadillac that's going to be converted to a hearse. So the code for that option was R1P. So RIP is rest in peace, right? So they decided they were going to use R1P for the code for a hearse, Cadillac. So somebody's thinking about that stuff. So, somebody thought that was be humorous, right? We'll just call it an RIP, R1P, On on a 74 Nova, you hated the taillights? Wild Bill, is that what you're saying? Or the 72? Which one? Which one did you hate the taillights on? I don't know, Bill. We're gonna piss off Roach again. We're still talking about cars. We gotta get out the car subject. I don't want to piss off Roach. Let's get on something else. Let's talk about airplanes, talk about helicopters, anything but cars. Let's get off the car subject. Oh, okay. As long as we're bashing Nova, you're all right. Okay, well then bash away. Bash away, my friends. Everybody bash away. Boy, golly, golly, golly. Yeah, Citroen. Yeah, it's funny you say that. The shop that my buddy works at, Garvin, well, he owns it, but um, there used to be a guy right behind his shop that worked on nothing but Citroens, and he had a pile of them back there, obviously, because they always need work. But yeah, that's all he did. He was a Citroen specialist. So I got my fill of Citroens. Man, I used to get to see all the cool stuff, the engineering stuff that was in a Citroen. So that's okay, Roach. You can be the only Chevy basher if you want. Um, well, so Matt says they're full Ford, so you're not the only Ford guy in here. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, Eric. Hey, keep drying your timber. It'll be plenty dry by null if null happens. So we'll do some timber flying together. So a Toyota ran you over? Yeah, exactly. A full moon explains a lot. Where'd Air Marshal go? He popped in for 5 minutes. He was gone again. All right, let's do a little survey just for fun. Hey, Juno, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. You're just in time for my survey. We're gonna do a little survey. Type in your chat here. What's your favorite airplane? And be specific. You know, if it's a Viper, what Viper? Is it the 70 millimeter, the 90 millimeter, the 80 millimeter, the HST, the the Taft, the E-Flight, whatever. Just so we don't have to ask a lot of silly questions after you type something. Which one? What size? What brand? So include all that. Matt can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, Matt. I'm struggling too with between, but I can pick one. You know, um, doesn't have to be the best flying. You know, you might not even fly it. You like it so much you're afraid to fly it. I have one of those. Um, I will fly it one day, but I'm not in a hurry. Um, so Roy says the 1.5 E-Flight Mustang. Okay, good choice. It's not a bad airplane. Ultimate biplane. Really? No kidding, Wild Bill. That's your favorite plane? Wow. I'm kind of surprised. Good for you. One in general. You know, it doesn't have to be one you've flown. Um, I mean, if it's your favorite, it's your favorite. Whether you owned it or not, or you've flown it or not. You know, I can tell you my favorite is something I own. I'm not going to pick a favorite uh, until I own it. There's lots of planes I want, but I'm not going to pick them as my favorite because I don't own them yet. So, but that's not a rule. That's just me personally. If you want to pick one, that's fine. So Draco is number 2. Ron says the 990. What's that say? The Nitro Twist. I'm not even familiar with that plane. So the E-Flight A10, the 64 millimeter. Okay, that's twin 64s, right? Um, Plane doesn't exist yet, Matt says. Okay, you mean in real life or in a model? Oh, okay. So there's a real plane. All right. Well, then you can still tell it then. What is it, Matt? Go for it. That's acceptable. Okay, Broach. Yeah. Did you pick a favorite plane yet? You want to pick one before you leave? E-Flight 300 Extra. Okay, that's a good airplane. I really love the paint scheme on that plane. The yellow and black, gray, silver, whatever you want to call it. I really love the paint scheme on that plane. All right, Roach. I'm circling back. Let me turn this bus around. We'll have you back to your stop here in a minute. Sawyer, wow, we haven't seen you in here in forever. How you been, man? Where you been? Welcome back. The FMS Ranger. Okay. Uh, Another one. The YS63. So Roach also loves his E-Flight 810. The Skymaster F-18 Super Hornet. That's on the wish list. The Hawker Typhoon. It's funny. Mickey's favorite planes are the planes we're all dreaming about because they're, turbines, and we don't have that luxury yet. So Mickey's killing us all with that crap. No, I see the message, Roach. You're saying goodnight to terror. So, okay, so I'm pulling over. All right, Roach. Here, I'm pulling over right now. Okay, there's your stop. Okay. I was still waiting for you to pick your favorite airplane, but that's all right. It's not a requirement. You've been slaving away, have you? Well, good to see you back, man. You're gonna ride in the back and take a couple bong hits. The Havoc. Which Havoc, David? The prop Havoc or the jet Havoc? Oh, the Typhoon's not a. It's not a turbine. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Wow, really? What size plane is it, Mick? What and who makes it? See, I gave everybody really good instructions so that I didn't have to ask these stupid questions. Does anybody listen? Does anybody follow the directions? No. Right, that you're exactly right, Mick. I was thinking of the other Typhoon. So, and the fact that you have a bunch of turbines, so I figured it would be a turbine. So my mind just went the wrong direction. Yeah, right. Exactly, Juno. Mixing a dream zone for the rest of us. Oh, 2.1 meter. I have an electric equivalent 30cc motor in it's a Black Horse. Okay. Yeah, we don't read instructions. No, but I didn't write them down either. They were vocal instructions. Yeah, I saw you said Black Horse. I saw that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. That's okay. I love all you anyway. Nobody listens. So my favorite is I have two. Um, One I've flown and one I haven't flown, but I own both. Um, so my favorite that I own and have not flown is my T-45, the 90 millimeter free wing T-45. And this one, not only because I just love that airplane, but this is also been Papa dotted by Papa Boozer. So it's a Papa dotted T-45 that's in really really good shape. and I haven't had the chance to fly it yet. And I'll be honest, I'm not in a hurry to fly it because I got to wait till I get the receiver out of it because it's got a Spectrum receiver in it, and there's no way I'm flying it. Actually, it's not even a Spectrum receiver. It's an old JR receiver using Spectrum protocol because that's where Spectrum came from. Spectrum didn't invent that crap. It was JR, and so it's a 10-channel JR receiver in the plane, but it flies on Spectrum protocol, and I'm not going to fly it on that. That plane means way too much to me to take a chance on losing it on Spectrum. So I have to get. I'm probably gonna need 2 receivers unless I opt out of using the slats. I could use the flaps and probably the air brakes and get away with it. But I think for the 9th channel for the slats I would need a second receiver. So or I could couple 2 things together, like the air brakes and the slats. I could put on the same channel. So when I flip the switch for the air brakes, the slats come out and the air brakes come out together. So that's my favorite that I haven't flown. I think out of the planes I've flown, that's a really tough one. It comes down to three planes off the top of my head, kind of 4. And it just... They're all leading in a different category, so that's what makes this part tough. I'll tell you what the 4 planes are: my Carbon Z T-28, my Flex Innovations RV-8, my FMS 1700 Corsair, and the FMS F7F Tiger Cat. So. And I love all those planes. They all fly fantastic, first off. So that's a biggie. The scaleness of the F7F with the landing gear, it's the most amazing landing gear next to my Yak 190. I'm sorry, my Yak 130, my 90 millimeter Yak 130. That one and the F7F had the most scale landing gear I've ever seen in my life. And what was the 4th one? I was the RV-8's just an amazing flyer. It's a pretty airplane. It flies amazing. That's my go-to plane when it's windy. If it's windy out and I still want to fly. A lot of times I won't fly anything else but the RV-8. Oh, Fred, thank you, buddy. You're the best. Some more support for the Garage Mahal, man. Thank you. The bug guy thanks you. I got to write another check tomorrow. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's a big help. So those are my 4. But if I had to narrow it to 1, if I had to sell them all and only keep 1, oh God, I don't know. I'll be honest. I think it would probably be the Carbon Z T-28. And I'll tell you why. Because it's so big. First off, it's only a 2,000 millimeter, and but it's so big. I mean, the fuselage is like this big around. It's humongous. So it has such a large presence in the air that when you're flying it and you do flybys, down the runway and you're standing 10 feet off the runway, it's just amazingly big and it flies so good. And it's a World War, it's a warbird, technically. Warbird trainer, but still a warbird, so it classifies for that. It's scale. I love that color scheme. Yeah, exactly, Ronnie. You know me too well. So, yeah, so if I had to make a final pick, it would probably be that one. You know, but I wouldn't want to part with any of those four. I really love all four of those airplanes, and I have a lot more that I wouldn't part with. Then I have others that, if I could still replace it, I'd part with it. You know, if somebody said, "Hey, you know, I want to buy that airplane from you," like the Valiant, for instance. I love the Valiant. It's a great airplane, and you can still buy them. So if somebody wanted my Valiant, I'd sell it and buy a new one to replace it. So I have a nice, fresh, pretty one, and mine's got some hanger rash on it, but it flies perfect. So, so bite your tongue, Roy. So yeah, so I would. But if you can't replace it anymore, it's no longer available. Yeah, that changes everything. Because a lot of the planes I keep, it's because I can't replace them, and I love them, and I can't replace them. My SR-22, I don't think I can get that anymore. I hope they bring it back, because the one I got was kind of boogered up when I got it, and I would really like to buy a fresh, clean, pretty one. You know, and I might not even fly it. I might just keep flying this one and just hang that one on the wall. But I really love that airplane, so I would like to get another one of those. I never got the chance to buy the E-flite Spitfire, and I really want one of those. That's such a good flying airplane. I really want one of those. I don't know. There's, listen, I have 100 airplanes for a reason. I just love these things. I can't part with them. You know, some of them I may never fly again, but I just can't let them go. I just love these airplanes too much to let them go. So, um, there's one right now I'll sell, that and it's not that I don't like it. It's a really pretty airplane, and it flies really well. Um, the Arrows MiG-29, but it just doesn't have flight time. You know, even if you're being gentle on it, you can't get more than 3, maybe 4 minutes out of it if you're lucky. And I'm just not a 4-minute kind of guy. I don't want to. I don't want to go to the trouble of charging a battery and putting it in the plane and hooking all that up and plugging everything in, to go out and enjoy it for 4 minutes. That's just not me. I want to be in the air 6, 8, 10, 20, 30 minutes, not 4 minutes. So that's my only, other than that, the plane's beautiful. I really love the plane. And I've seriously thought about, it just needs more wing. If I could increase the wing loading, and I've thought about how to do it, and I'm still thinking about it. If I can't sell that plane, I will probably cut the wings and make them bigger so that I can fly it. Because if I can lower the wing loading, I think the plane would fly a lot longer. A lot longer. I think I could get really long flight times if I could just unload those wings. It's just too heavy a wing loading on the wings. So, because I can't get any more flight time. I've had a 33 pack in it, a 3300 pack, and I've had a 6500 pack in it, and I still can't get more than 4 minutes. It's just you're a 4-minute tops guy. Are we still talking about airplanes, Roy? So that's the only reason I'm selling that one. I have one of those 1.2 millimeter, 1.2 meter Apteras. I'll sell that. I'm going to sell that. I'd rather have the full size one. I bought the second one because I thought it would fly as good as the first one. It doesn't. The big one flies much better than the little one. So I'm not happy with the little one. It's okay. It flies. I mean, it flies fine. And you get good flight times on it, but it just, I'd rather take the little bit of money I get from that one and put it toward the big one. I'd rather have the big one. So those two planes are going to go. I'm not keeping those two. I just have to find an event to take them to. I'll probably take them if Boozer has. Well, I might take them up to to the shows up like Null. I don't know. I may. Um, actually, that's a good idea because I'm likely going to buy a Draco up there anyway. So if I take one up there and get rid of it, I'll have room in the trailer for the Draco to come back. So yeah, that's a good possibility. I might just take one or both. The plenty of room in the trailer for the second one. The wings come off the Aptera, so that's nothing. I mean, I could stick that anywhere in the car in the trailer, so that's not a problem. And the MiG-29 is relatively small, especially for my rack. And when I take that out of the rack, I can put Draco in the same hole that comes out of. So I can trade a small plane for a big plane. So yeah. So, but those are my picks. I still have a bunch of other ones I really love. Great airplanes. I like pretty much everything I've gotten from Arrows. I like, including the MiG-29. I just don't like the flight time on it. But all the rest of the Warbirds I've gotten from Arrows, I love. They're great airplanes, beautiful airplanes. And I'm not a 1100 millimeter kind of guy, really. But you know what? They're priced right. They're good quality. I'm not at all upset that I got those planes. Yeah, I've got to deal with Dustin, Roy. So it looks like I've got a Draco on hold. I'm going to finalize that deal tomorrow, I think. And, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's a done deal, unless he sold it yesterday, today, which I don't think he did. I'm going to finalize the deal tomorrow and go get it during the either Null or Jeff's Customs fly-in thing at his field, or whatever's happening in Alabama. Do you guys know what fly-in's going on in Alabama in October? Yeah, Air Marshal, I think I am. Probably. Unless you want to go get it for me. You know. And then I'll come to your house and get it. That'd save me some time. Yeah. No, I didn't actually state that you could only pick one plane, but yeah. Oh, I did qualify it at the end, though. I did say the T-28 was going to be the one. If I had to only take one, it would be the T-28. That's the one I'd keep if I had to get rid of the rest. As much as I love all of them, I would keep that. I just really, really, really love that damn airplane. I don't. It's just something about the size of it and the color of it and how majestic it is in the air and how good it flies. I just, I love that airplane. So yeah. No negative Ghost Rider. Well, you could take it out of the box. It'll fit the car out of the box, won't it? You can put especially it's not even put together. So you could stick the fuselage on the back seat, and you could switch. Put the two wings probably up in the package tray in the back window, and then all the bits and bags of bits and stuff you just sit on the floor, and then mail the box to Dana. See? Problem solved. And just have Dustin mail the box to Dana. I wasn't going to get a Draco from Horizon Hobby. They're jerking us around you know, I already canceled my orders because um, there were some problems with the plane that I'm sure they're fixing for, you know, and I doubt that they're big enough problems to call a version 2. But I think they'll probably update the tail wheel wherever that was coming loose and being a problem. And then if they need to upgrade the landing gear, but um, you know, Dustin's giving me a pretty good price on this, hard to pass up. So I'm getting it at a slight discount. It's brand new in the box. It's never been flown. Um, he said he opened the box to look at it, make sure everything was okay, but he hasn't put it together or anything. It's in the box. So all right, Shadow. Have a good night, buddy. Um, you have a Draco, Dave. How did you get it to the field? Aren't you flying yours? I mean, how can you tell me you can't get it in your car when you have when you fly? I mean, I know you've taken it to the field. How did you get it there? I know you brought it to Florida. And you were driving your regular sized car. I'm just talking about when you go to your field locally, how do you get it there? I mean, you haven't flown it since Florida? Okay, so Dave, this one's not assembled. It's just you're going to take it out of the foam box. The fuselage doesn't have the stabilizer on it. There's nothing to take apart. You're just going to take the fuselage and stick it in the trunk, just like you did yours. And you're going to take all the bags of bits and stuff and put it on the back seat floor. And you're going to mail the box to Dana. And where did you put the wings when you put your fuselage in the, I mean, it's the same thing. It's already apart. You don't even have to take it apart. You just take it out of the foam box and put it in your car. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll come up and get it. Matt. So what was your best ever? But they don't make it an RC yet. What plane is it? You've told me before. I forget. It's a jet. There's a jet he wants really bad, and I don't remember what it is. Well, part of the fuselage is in the back seat, right? You got the seat folded down and you stick it through the hole. So technically, it's in the back seat. The F-11F Tiger? Okay. Yeah. There's probably a certain amount of truth to that, Air Marshal. Although, I think RC Castle might have the parts you need. Have you? I imagine you looked there. There's Lyndon. What's up, buddy? Darn it, Lyndon, you asked a question in Bobby's show, and I was going to answer it for you, and I can't remember what the hell the question was. What did you ask in Bobby's show? Damn, I can't remember what the question was. I had an answer for you. I can't remember now. All right, so that's got to be number 12 I've killed tonight with the lights on. We can have a fireworks display if I want to turn the lights off. I haven't turned the lights off yet. But with the lights on, I've killed 12 bugs tonight. It was a really good question. I can't remember what the heck it was. I don't think I could go back and look it up now because they probably haven't processed it yet. It'll be probably another hour or so before they get it processed. So I can go back and look at the chat. So what happened with the F-16, Dave? Did it land like the MiG-29, the Arrows MiG-29, planted the pitot tube and broke the nose cone off? Was it that all over again? I think the Fly might disagree with you on he's the winner, Mick. I don't think he's going to consider that a win. But it would be damn entertaining. Yeah, Matt, you might be right there. Should I turn off the lights and get a little fireworks for a few minutes? You guys want to see the show? Oh my God, Air Marshal. Oh golly, gee whiz. I'll have to get back to you on that one. Yeah, but that hole's filled up with a hernia right now, Air Marshal, so that's not available. I don't think either one of those was the questions I saw, Lyndon, but let's see. Air Marshal could answer the transmitter question. I would probably guess on the EDF jet Probably the free wing F5, high performance. Oh, Matt wants me to turn off the light. All right. I don't know. What do you think, Matt? Dave? F5, fastest jet? In sales, Dave, you think the IX-20 is the most popular? Well, he didn't. Okay, yeah, he did say leading. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. So yeah, what do you think is fastest jet? Yeah, I'm guessing the F5. That thing is a missile. Yeah, the NX8 is probably the most popular in sales. Yeah, probably. That's the most bang for the buck in the Spectrum line for sure. Because it's only $40 more than the NX6, and the NX10 is too expensive, and you'd probably never use the extra 2 channels. 8 channels is probably enough for 99% of the planes you'll ever fly. So, yeah, I'd guess the NX8. Yeah, but I'm sure he wasn't talking, because they don't make a plug and play. It's an ARF. So you have your choice of fan unit, your choice of batteries, and you have all these choices to make to put together a fast airplane. So, and then if you're going to do that, who's to say somebody wouldn't just take the F5 and put a super ultra high performance EDF unit in it, like from the X-Fly or something, and so yeah, it's I think I'm pretty sure his question was in regular off the shelf, plug and play bind and fly planes. Now it's funny. A lot of guys that go for the high speed record in the foamies has used the FMS BA Hawk. The guy that was holding the record down here at the Imperial Field, it was using a Hawk, and then another guy beat his record with an F-22 of all planes. Now both these planes were highly modified. I think they were both either running 8 or 12S with a bigger fan and all that nonsense. But yeah, so and I God, if I was going to modify a plane to go faster, I think I would have to be an F5. I can't think of anything that's slipperier than that. Maybe the MiG-21, but the high performance one only goes 115? Oh, it's got to be faster than that. Rando, they've got your number. The FAA's got your number. They're not sending me any emails. I didn't sign up. Alright, let's see if we get some grand finale action going on here. See if we can get the bugs to go to the racket. I must have killed them all already tonight. They're not going. Maybe I could kill this. Here, let me try something here. Oh, I got one. And 3. Yeah, we're getting a few. Hang on a second. I'm going to change the screen here to blacken it, and then maybe we'll get some more. If we get them to come off the TV screen, they'll come to the blue light. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them on the TV screen, so let's see if I can get them to go away. Yeah, that probably gonna help. Yeah, there we go. Hey, we got one burning. We got a burner. I love this thing. That thing's hilarious. You guys have to buy one. I'm telling you, man. If you haven't bought one, you got to go order one. You know, I don't get anything for this. I'm not, getting a commission check. I'm not, I just think it's hilarious, guys, and it's doing good. I mean, it's killing bugs. So they're not biting you. They're dying in the racket. So it's not only is it entertaining, it works. It's killing bugs. So yeah, I think it's for $20, guys. You can't go wrong. Oh man, that stunk. Ooh, woo! crap. That was an air marshal fart there. Holy crap. Now, come on. It's dark in here now. Why isn't it going off? It should be going off right now. You know, because they've got the screen black. The computer screen's black. There's so little light coming from anywhere but that damn racket. They should be swarming to it. And they're not. So there just ain't very many bugs out here. They're damn sure not eating me all night. I can tell you that. I haven't had one bug pester me tonight. Alright, well, I guess we'll turn the lights back on. That was a short-lived show. Alright, let me get back in the chat here for a minute. Let me get caught up. Well, yes and no, Dave. Like, you know, that guy that had the Bob Violet plane, I don't know if it was the Joker or the Bandit, or I think it was a Bandit. He was going over 200 miles an hour. So I don't think you're going to put a prop plane together that's going to go 200 miles an hour. Maybe, but yeah, that son of a bitch is so sleek, aerodynamic, that, you know, on the radar he hit over 200 miles an hour on the radar gun. Yeah, probably, Juno. But what a way to go, right? We'd all love to have 10 orgasms just before we die, wouldn't we? Yeah, Juno's is in the mail. Yeah, you got to get one, Ronnie. The poor lizard. Hey, the lizard's fine. He's been eating just fine over there. Saw him the other night having a meal. He was doing just fine. Yeah. Yeah, throw it in the bathtub. Well, if that's true, Matt, I can tell you for certain your F5 is going faster than 115 miles an hour. You know, so yeah, and I believe you. I think the F5 is faster. I think it's faster than the V900 and the V1200. You know, that F5 is a screamer. Um, Between the ones that are flying at Imperial and the ones that are flying at my field, because there's two of them flying at my field, and there's at least two down at Imperial, and yeah, them some bitches are fast. You know, I mean, that thing's a little rocket ship. Yeah, it'll burn down the garage mall. I don't think so. It's a steel building. It's not going to catch fire. It's, burning it down is not a possibility. Not unless somebody drops some. What the hell's that shit that just eats metal for lunch? Tamarite or something? What do they call it? Anyway, yeah, that they'd have to drop a load of that on the building to burn it down. Oh, it doesn't look slow at all. The V1200 looks damn fast to me. I think it's really fast. I'm impressed as shit as that thing. Um, but I think the F5's damn fast too. I mean, that thing just hauls ass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were clocking it at 150. Yeah, I think the F5 will go that fast. Especially, they were clocking it in a dive, and pulling out at the bottom. And I think I think the F5 would do the same thing. I think it'd break 150. Um, oh, so you have a headerometer. Most people in cars have assonometers. You have a headonometer. Okay. Yeah. Uh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Most guys are you know. I mean, let's face it. You're cheating if you're diving into the thing, but it's if everybody's doing the same thing, then it's fair. So if everybody's diving for the gun, then there's nothing wrong with that. It's fair. But yeah, I always get my accurate speeds at straight level flight, not diving. Trying to get people real. Like all my flights with the Corsair and the F7F, and those were level flight because I want to give people a real number. But yeah, if you're just going for top speed, yeah, the headonometer. Yeah. It's a calibrate. It's calibrated just like the assonometer. Oh, so the factories do it that way too? Oh, well, that's cool. Good. That's good to know. Yeah. So their exaggerated numbers are factual since they're doing it in a dive. Yeah, that's good to know. All right, what am I looking at in the reflection? Oh, those are the headlights of the Wild Willie. It looks like it looks like Johnny Five. you know, that's his headlight, his eyeballs sticking out there in the darkness. Yeah, exactly. Googly eyes. Yeah, Rando, I think that has the potential to be pretty fast. It's not fast. I mean, it's fast. Don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere near the speeds we're talking about here with the V1200 and shit. Um, but it has potential. You know, you put a 6S battery in that bitch. You know, and a motor and a battery pack and a ESC that can handle it. That plane's got the potential to be pretty damn fast. I mean, seriously, it looks like a pretty aerodynamic little bitch there. So, yeah, they make pitot tubes, for real airspeed. But yeah, you're probably right. I doubt seriously anybody's using one. More than likely, they're just using a radar gun or telemetry, GPS telemetry. Most of them are probably using GPS telemetry. The problem with the radar gun is you get too many flybys where they don't get a reading because the guy aiming the gun didn't get it, and the GPS is going to give you continuous up numbers. So yeah, more than likely they're probably using a GPS. I actually liked the Goblin. The only thing I didn't like about it is too little. I thought it's a cute looking airplane. I mean, it looks fast. It looks like a Reno racer. It's I thought it was a pretty cool little airplane, but it's just too little. It's not something I want. I got to put my V900 together and fly it. There's no way that plane went 143 on a stock setup, Randy. And knowing John, I'm sure he hopped it up. Matt, we're starting to see a pattern out of you. You think it's cool but not cool. You think it's really nice but not nice. You think you said that about a few airplanes now. Oh, that's funny. Uh, the butt plug of all butt plugs, the Goblin. It'll eat your ass. Order one today. Links in the disco. Oh, I'm sorry. Discrow. Got a crack from the P factor? Did you let Marshall play with your goblin? I just proved I can swallow a big goblin. How did I do that, Spence? I don't remember putting anything in my mouth. Mike, you're back! How long were you gone? Maybe an hour? You didn't get much sleep. Oh, maybe 2 hours, right? It was 11 o'clock, I think, when you said you were bugging out. So yeah, it's a little after 1 now. So that was 2 hours. Oh my God, Spencer. Welcome to the shit show. Yeah, now you've all... This isn't the first time I've seen my O face. I do a lot of yawning on here. All right, Lyndon, sir. Have a good night, man. We'll see you tomorrow night in Dave's show probably. So have a good night. Oh my God. Squirrel, where? Oh my god. Yeah, don't say squirrel, you'll wake the dog. The Ultrix eater. He gets up. Oh my god. What, Spencer? Did Dave say something that surprised you? What? Where have you been? Honestly, Spencer, I don't think he's that picky. I mean, how can you only eat 2 of these things? That's what I don't get. You know, it's. I mean, they're gummy, they're chewy, they're tasty, and you can stop at 2. You know? I mean, damn. Why did they have to make them into a chewable, a tasty chewable? I mean, that's just wrong in so many ways. Yeah, I think you're right, Mike. And this isn't the first time it's happened. So yeah, yeah, I think yeah, I think boom, he's all fucked up. But you wanted to eat 3 or more, right? Yeah, exactly. Oops. Wrong way. I don't think that was his finger he stuck in your mouth, Dave. Yeah, I'm getting caught up. Sorry. Yeah, Rando, what are you going to watch? Rambo? I gotta go get something to drink. I'm thirsty. NX10 back on Wi-Fi. Now you can order your Jimmy Johns. Oh no, that's the IX20. I'm sorry. All right, I'll be right back. I want to go get something to drink. Hold down the fort. Talk amongst yourselves. Dave, just be normal. Don't do anything funny. Okay, I'm back. Oh, that air conditioning felt so good. Oh my god. You guys can't believe how humid it is out here. Oh, God. Alright, so what did I miss? Dave's got mail. Hey, Dads, what's up? Good to see you, man. Does she ever ask if she can stop by later? Since she already knows what's in the box. What the hell is that? That's not mine. Sorry, Juno. I can't. What's the RC Pro going to teach you, Dads? No, tomorrow they're coming tomorrow. Oh God, I'm telling you. So they're coming tomorrow to spray for termites, so I can put up a steel building. Um, and then they're going to finish. They're going to lay the plastic, put the chair rails in, and the rebarb in, tie it all up, and then I can call for an inspection. And if the inspector comes out early next week, they'll come right out and pour the first half one day and the second half the next day. They're going to do it in halves because it's 40 feet across is just too far a span. So I'm thinking I'll have the concrete done, with any luck, next week. And then after that, I'm hoping the building's up by middle of September. So got my fingers crossed. Hopefully that's going to happen. hopefully the inspector guy isn't going to keep me waiting for 2 months before he can come out and look at the damn thing. You know, that when I order the inspection, he'll be right out. And then as soon as he inspects it and okays it, I can call them and tell them, okay, concrete's done, been inspected and approved. You know, let's get my building up. Yeah, Chris, you're right. It's going to be great. I'm just, you know, when I asked them, you know, why am I spraying for termites? It's a steel building. You know, nobody, you know, the contractor guy couldn't answer it. The bug guy couldn't answer it. Um, I sent an email to the permitting office. You know, and never got it. They didn't respond. I didn't get an answer. So at this point, it doesn't matter. All you know, I'm just out the money. If I don't need the termite treatment, then I'm just out the money. And if they're going to force me to put the termite treatment down anyway, which is probably what was going to happen anyway, because it's Pasco County, and they're just a bunch of idiots, and they don't have to think, you know, they just have a checklist to go down, and you know. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I asked. I said that in my letter. Do we have steel-eating termites in Florida? You know, something I don't know about. So yeah, I don't know. My buddy told them. I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but he said that they made him put a septic tank in, and I'm like, it's a garage for cars. Are my cars gonna pee on the floor? What I mean, what the fuck? So, yeah, I don't know. I can tell you this: I'm not pulling any more permits for this building. If I'd have known how this was gonna go down, I would have never fucking I applied for the permit. I would have done it without the permit. Um, so, anyway, I'm just hoping that the inspector's not going to give me a bunch of trouble about whatever. Like, you know, are you going to put electric in the building? Nope. I am, but as far as he knows, nope. So, same thing with the plumbing. You know, if he asks, nope. But you know, it will be plumbed. Oh, I always do. I make jokes. Um, I don't get upset. I just make jokes. So yeah, I hope to go. I want to get inside the building and fly a couple planes around inside it. You know, for fun. I could easily fly a couple of my turbo timber, you know, UMX turbo timber and the regular timber, and then maybe I could probably fly the QQ. I could probably fly that around inside the building. If I had an Ultrix, I could fly that around inside the building. I can easily fly my quadcopter around inside the building. All my quads. That's no problem at all. Um, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have. I don't know if you know what a tiny whoop is, Chris. Have you heard of the tiny whoops? The little tiny. Oh no, it's in the trailer. The little quadcopters. You know, they're real tiny. Usually they're 1S or 2S. Tiny little battery packs. We have, and they've got cameras on them. If you know, uh, so we can FPV race in the building, and we're gonna. I already bought the gates. I've got 20 gates. Um, they were on sale at either Horizon or Tower. So I'll have a couple of tables set up with gates on the table and gates on the floor, and then I might suspend one from the ceiling up kind of high. And yeah, we're gonna have FPV races inside the building. That was always the plan. And with the tiny whoops, they don't hurt anything. So even if I have cars in the building and everything, we could still have our FPV races. You know, I'll just put the gates on top of the cars, and yeah, we'll be flying those all through the building. Yeah, 4 inches is about right, I guess. Yeah, maybe 3, but yeah, 3 or 4 inches. Yeah, great cameras on them. They work great. You put your goggles on and you're FPVing. You know, and like I said, I already bought the gates. Um, so yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of FPV racing inside, especially on crappy days. Probably on good days too, but on crappy days for sure. Um, yeah, there's a very good possibility, Dave, Chris, that I might do the slot car track. Um, I would probably build it on some kind of a board that I could winch to the ceiling. So when we're not racing, I could, you know, fold the legs underneath and lock them and then hoist it to the ceiling. And then when we want to race, lower it back down, put the legs down, sit it on the floor, and have at it. So yeah, that's a real possibility. Yeah, I've got all kinds of trains too, so I'm thinking about running a train layout against the wall, all the way around the building. You know, probably just above the door, the man door, not the overhead door, but the man door. So I could go like 2 rows deep, and it comes to the man door, turns around, goes all the way around the building, back around to the overhead door, and turns again and goes back all the way around again, back around, and then we could have, you know, 1 or 2 trains running up there continuously, and then you know, could put scenery, buildings, trees along the wall, and make a layout out of it. That'd be cool. So yeah, got a lot of plans. So my buddy has those real trains, you know, the ones just you ride on. They're miniature steam or, you know, diesel electric, um, gas electric, electric. Um, and they built a big layout in the park right down the street here. And I don't think he's happy there. I think he wants to get his stuff. I think he wants to sell it. But if I offered him a place to put it here on my 3 acres, he might just be interested in doing that. So so yeah, we might. Raymond, what's up? So we might just think about that. What's up there, Tim? How you doing, man? So yeah. I'm not sure what you're asking me, Juna. Did I plumb taps and Dooney? Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. If you're asking me if we put studs in the floor or anything, no. They're doing that. They're gonna put expansion studs in the concrete when they come to put the building up. They'll drill their own holes, put their own studs in the floor, and tighten them up, and then bolt the building to that. So that's the way they do it. And so how'd you crack your skull? Yeah, Dads, that's Chris. That's a it's if we do the train thing with the train that my buddy rides, we could at Christmas time, 4th of July, we could have people come here, charge them for rides on the train, and decorate the place up. I got a bunch of inflatables for Christmas, and yeah, we could make a big layout, and people could come take a train ride, and yeah, there's some real possibility there too. You know, I have a lot of ideas. When I bought the place almost 8 years ago, I had a lot of ideas. Um, Another one was to make I want to be able to fly a full scale airplane off of here. You know, a Cub, a Kit Fox, a Zenith, um, Husky, any of those little STOL planes. Because I've got 800 feet. That's more than enough runway for the planes I'm talking about. Way more than enough. So, I could put an 800-foot runway down the front of my property. And then ultralights, paramotors, and STOL airplanes could fly in and out of here. And then we'd have another venue to play with. Okay, I don't know if this is a bug flying here or a spider. I think that's a spider. Yeah, it's a spider. We're gonna get him. Oh, he's attached to the racket. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? This is a tiny little spider. Huh. A little bugger got away. Damn it. Thought I had him. Damn it. Waterers? Waterers? What? I'm not sure what that is. Fell on the concrete. How the hell did you fall on the concrete? When did this happen? Yeah, so when I bought the property, I had three major things I wanted to do with it. Fly RC airplanes on it. I've been doing that since day one. Fly real planes on it. That's in the works. I'm clearing trees, and once I'm ready to go with the full size, I'm just gonna pay a company here. If they'll buy the trees from me, I'm gonna let them come in and just cut them all down along the front, and I'll put the runway there. And the third thing was to store RVs, boats, campers, and turn it into a positive cash flow. So the property will pay for itself. It'll be a positive cash flow, so I can live here for free until I die. Just recouping money for people to keep their stuff here. So I already have the gate in. I already did all the work on the storage. So I have a fenced yard that I opened up and put a offshoot from the main runway that comes straight into my place. It goes diagonal to the field to the side over here where the building is. And I put an 18-foot gate in so that anything can get in and out through the gate. And so I did that last year, or 2 years ago. So the gate's already in for the storage. I haven't decided what kind of lock mechanism I want to put on it. If you're going to need a card or a passcode or something, but I'm going to make the gate self-open and close. and then they'll either have a key card or a punch a code or something. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't decided on that yet. So, and then there was a fourth thing I thought about putting an RC car track in on the north part of the property because it's too narrow up there to really do any RC plane flying up there. Storage for a vehicle isn't going to be very good either. It comes to a point. So, you're looking at 12 feet, 20 feet off the point is still only going to be, 10 feet, wide. It's useless land. But if I'm going to cut the runway all the way to there. So the runway, once we're into 50 feet, we're pretty much at the end of the runway. And then whatever's left over that goes to the point will be beyond the 50-foot runway. And at the other end, it's it's 300 feet across, so that's not a problem. But next to the real runway, at this end of it, where it's 150 feet across, I could put an RC track right there, dirt road course, dirt oval, and then we could have RC car races here and pay admission for that as well. So that's another way to make the property positive cash flow. So yeah, got a lot of ideas, a lot of things that could happen, and we'll see. We're working on it. We'll see what happens. All right, so where's my weird. My connection's blue. Normally it's green. It's only blue tonight. I think normally it says excellent. Connection excellent, but tonight it says good. I don't think I've ever seen good before. It's always been excellent. So I don't know what's going on there. So, are you still in the hospital? How long are you going to be in the hospital? Victor, what's up? Of course, no, it's the late show with Craig Ferguson and his gay robot Jeff. He's right over there. Gay robot skeleton. Yeah, he's right over there. You don't know when you're getting out of the hospital? You don't know if you're okay? We can already tell you you're not okay, but hey, we got one. Oh, you still need the staples? They haven't stapled you yet? Oh, your ER works like mine. The hurry up and wait ER. They leave you in the bed for 4 hours just so they can charge you for 4 hours. Then they'll put 2 staples in your head until you go home. Yeah, Victor, I think I'm going to cut this off pretty soon anyway. I'm too muggy out here tonight. I'm just soaking wet. And not very enjoyable out here. I don't know what the temperature is. It's pretty warm. Oh, it finally made it down to 79. But I don't know what the humidity is. I don't think this thing gives me my humidity. Let me look. Let's see if it says it here. %. Wow. Holy crap. No wonder I'm so wet. 80% humidity. Oh my god. It's 45 in the house. Yeah, you heard me. The humidity in the house is 45. I mean, when I went in to get the drink, it was like, oh my god, this is so nice in here. Thanks, Juno. All right, Chris. Hey, thanks for stopping in, buddy. It's good to see you. You have a great rest of your day. And are we going to see you in Dave's show tonight? The Dave's RC? Well, hey, if they're really good, dude, they'll keep you long enough to have breakfast, you know? How about that? Got another one. No, Raymond, I turn it off when I'm not out here. Um, no reason to wear it out. You know, and besides, it's actually plugged into the laptop, which is up here. And when I shut the laptop off, the power to the tennis racket goes off. So it stops charging it. So if I left it on, it would die, and then it'd be just sitting out here with a dead battery. So I always turn it off, and then when I go in at night, I shut everything down, TV and the laptop, and then so the laptops I put on the shelf up here, and I have it open at a 45, and that's where Raptor Cam comes from. So there's on the top of the laptop there's that tiny camera. So this is that camera. I'll do a Raptor Cam here. Okay, so now that's the shot from the laptop coming down, and I can move it. I can turn the laptop to get the camera more over here, and get this part here, right in the middle of the. So I can adjust that to get, this, back here in the middle here. But that's Raptor Cam, and then I usually have a camera on Jeff. But I don't have that camera active tonight. This is the camera right here. So this is Jeff Cam. This was Raptor Cam, and the picture quality was not that. That used to be the main cam, and it used to sit there in front. Let me do this back. So Raptor Cam up there used to sit there on a box and was my main camera. And this camera was on a little tripod and sat up there on the shelf, and that was Raptor Cam. But then I bought this really good camera, and it was cheap as shit. It was $14. But it's just like the Logitech. It's a copy of the Logitech 922, I think it is. And I didn't buy it to be cheap. I couldn't get a Logitech camera. They were sold out everywhere. I couldn't get one. But I could get this one, so I thought, well, hey, for $14, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I'm only out $14. And it works beautiful. It's a great picture. Great sound. The microphone's in the camera, so the sound's really good on my show. Camera's good, so so that's. And then I have this camera that used to be Raptor Cam. I put on the big tripod when I'm not videotaping a build or something, and I have it pointed at Jeff, and then that's Jeff Cam. So we have Raptor Cam, main cam, Jeff Cam. Got one. Yep, I highly, listen, guys, this is the best $20 you're ever going to spend. If you go flying at the field and the bugs are bothering you, that's what's so nice about this one, is because when the blue light's on, you switch it to the blue light's on. It's in active mode, which means it's like you're holding the button in. So you don't have to touch it. You can just stand it up next to you, around you, whatever. And if they fly into it, they die. You don't have to swat them by pushing the button and swinging it. You just set it up in the little stand it comes with, and you're golden. You just let it sit there. And if you happen to have a power source, like for instance, the Smart Checker has a USB port on it. Okay, so I could put a 6S 6500 battery and plug it into the Smart Checker, and then plug that charge cord into the Smart Checker, and that fully charged 6500 milliamp 6S pack would power that thing for a month. So I could run all night long out there on the flight line, and wouldn't have to worry about a thing. It would take care of the bugs all night, and like I said, that battery would power that thing for a month. So yeah, I'm super happy with this. You know, I bought 2 of them, and they're awesome. I have one in the house. I have one out here. Sometimes I bring the one out here from the house, and I have a paint can on the floor over there, and another charge cord over there. So I can plug it in over there and have 2 of them running out here. That one doesn't see that much action. I was surprised. I thought that one down low and in the darker part of the room would get a lot more action, but it really doesn't. This gets more action than that one. So I just decided not to bring that one out anymore. I'll leave it in the house. Yeah, my call sign is Zap. That's Mr. Zap to you. Tonight, Air Marshal is bombed. He took 2 of those gummy bear. I think they're full of weed, marijuana, I believe. Some really potent stuff. So he ate 2 of those and he's out. So don't feel bad he's not answering you tonight. What was your question to him? Maybe I can answer it. Oh, God, Dave. All right. Get back to us after the staples are in, all right? Let us know how you're doing. Got another one. Thanks, Juno. I try. I'll be honest, Raymond. I know I'm missing. Sometimes the scroll goes so fast, and you just miss it. Sometimes it's just hard to catch them all. But I tend to try to roll back and see if I miss something. But then sometimes that bites me in the ass because then I can't get the chat to stabilize, and it keeps going up and down, and I'm chasing it. And meanwhile, there's all the new ones coming in, and I'm chasing back and forth trying to, So sometimes it gets to be a pain in the butt. But yes, I do try to answer everybody. Try to acknowledge everybody. I love the fact that you guys are here. So I always thank you guys for being here. Um, you know, it's an absolute pleasure for me to do this show, and I told everybody last week again that, if you guys ever, want me to go live because there's nothing to do and nobody else is on or whatever. So Fred Barron took me up on it. He contacted me Sunday night, and what do you think about going live? And so you want me to do a live show tonight? And he says, yeah. I said, all right, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right on. And I came out and did it, and I had a bigger turnout Sunday night than I have in my own show on Thursday night. It was a big show. We had a bunch of people in here. It was nice, and we went till 3 a.m. or 3:30. So it was a long show, and we had a lot of fun. So yeah, I just love doing it. I got another one. I love doing the show. So yeah, I didn't mind at all that he asked me to do it. Of course, a bunch of guys were breaking my balls that I'm trying to dominate the live stream. And hey, I was requested, guys. I didn't just decide to do this. Somebody requested this tonight. And I said, I'm not going to say who it was, but he's in here, so if he wants to pipe up and say it, that's fine. And then Fred did. It says, it was me. So, and I know they're just breaking my balls anyways, No, I'm not stepping on anybody's show, and I wouldn't do that. Other people are doing it to me, but I wouldn't do it. And nothing against Bobby. I really like Bobby. I wish he wasn't doing his show the same time I'm doing mine, because I want to be in his show. I like him. He's a nice guy. He's funny. I really enjoy being able to go hang out in his show. But he runs his show the same time my show on Thursday night, so I can't be in his show. And a bunch of you guys are in both shows, so you get to enjoy him and me at the same time. So, but anyway, his guys keep telling him that it wouldn't do him any good to move his show because the people that are in my show are going to be in my show, and people that are in his show are... No, that's not true at all. I think there's a bunch of us that would be in Bobby's show if it wasn't opposite my show. So I think his numbers aren't that strong. He usually has 10, 15 people in the show. More and more of my guys are double dipping, so his... he was up to like 20... I think at one point he made it to 28. And everybody that was in his show there were like 2 people that weren't in my show that were in his. Everybody else were people that are here and there. And so what are you gonna do? No, it wasn't Bobby K. It's it's that Bobby RC plane reviewer. I forget his last name. But no, not Bobby K. No, this is a different guy. He's pretty new. He paid a company to boost his subscriber count. So I don't know what they do. They go out and do social media. Maybe they go on Instagram and promote him, and all these different platforms to try to promote the show. So his numbers grew really fast. But that's not what I'm not looking for. I'm not looking for people to subscribe to my show just to subscribe. I want people that are true RC people that are going to be here, to subscribe. I don't need a bunch of nonsense people that live on the other side of the world and don't know anything about RC airplanes, but hey, they were told to subscribe to my show because of whatever. Nah, I'm really not interested in that clientele. So yeah, I don't. I'm not going after that. So I think if he went on like on Sunday night, um, obviously there's a calling for it because they wanted me on Sunday night and I had a big turnout. So if he went live on Sunday night, he'd have a big turnout because he'd have all the people that follow him over there. All the people that are doing the double dip with me and him would be over there, and then he'd probably have a bunch of people that are here that aren't doing the double dip go over there. And yeah, he'd probably have 40, 50 people in his show instead of, normally he's like at 10 to 15, you know, and he'd probably have 50 people in his show. If he went Sunday night late, not that late, right after, well, if Bobby K goes on, but right now Bobby's not too busy to do the show. So who does a show early on Sunday? I forget. Let me think a second. Saturday's Ryan. Sunday. Yeah, I can't remember who's on Sunday night. I don't think anybody is right now. Rando used to, but he got mad when Bobby K, threw his hat in the ring. And now Randy's not doing one at all. But there's also Tuesday night after Flight Club because they usually sign off around 9:30. So Bobby could be there, and he'd have a great turnout. A bunch of people would leave Flight Club at 9:30 and hop over there. Let's see. And then he could go on Tuesday night before Flight Club. If he wanted to go from say 6:30 ish to 8:30, then he could do that. Monday night's pretty tied up, so there's really any room on Monday. Wednesday, he could go on before GB. GB doesn't go live till I think 8:30, because that might be later than that because he's in California, well, Washington, I guess, and so he's on Pacific time. So he's 3 hours behind us. So yeah, he could go on when he gets off work and do a couple hours before before GB's show. And then Thursday, Jeff's already doing a show before mine, and mine goes all the way into the next day. So Thursday night's pretty booked unless you want to compete, which, it is what it is. Like I said, I think he'd have more viewers because I think most of the people that are in my show would go to his show. It's a good show. He's funny. Nice guy, funny guy. So, all right, Raymond, you gotta go. All right, man. You have a good night. We'll catch you maybe tomorrow night in Dave's show. Oh, DIY Dave, that's right. What time is his? His show's early. Yeah, like 6. Isn't that what time Dave goes on Sunday? 6 o'clock. Yeah, that's pretty new. He's only been doing that. you know, a few months, I think. I think he started that right around the Pilot Ryan media fly-in. Um, so I think he's like on show 31. So 4 a month, roughly. Um, so that's like 5 months. I think Dave's been on. Yeah, 6. Yeah. So David Martin Graff, what's up? All right, David. You have a good night too, man. I'm gonna cut this off. I want to go get in the air conditioning. It's so muggy out here. It's ridiculous. Um, but thanks for coming, everybody. Glad you're here. Glad you had a good time tonight. It was fun. We had a good show again. Um, I'm going to try to get Wild Willie off the table for next week because I want to bring a plane out here and maybe airbrush it live. The Corsair I got from Arrows, I want to take the snakes off the front and take the brown painted ring on the front off and paint it green. You know, that bright havoc green. So I may do that live next week. We'll see. Depends on where we are with the garage, if I have time to get it all set up and everything, and whether I get this built and off the table. So we'll see what's going on. But yeah, so we're gonna cut it off for tonight. You guys have a great night, and I'll catch you tomorrow. So see ya. Got to find the off button. Oh, excuse me. Let's do the transition button first. This one. And transition to this. And then, all right, Richard. Thank you, buddy. Thanks all of you, man. You guys all have a great night. I'm going to cut her off right now.